Before the 9:05 that I promised, but I figured you were somewhat unruly. All right, break it up over there. Take a seat. See? You got a bunch of energy nerds together. Okay, I'll add it to it. No problem. All right. Welcome, everyone, to our conversation on valuing resources. I'm Carl Robigo at the Pace Energy and Climate Center, and I'd like to welcome you and thank you for taking the time to join us today. We've got a busy, fun day full of really smart people who are going to share their thoughts with you. In order to properly welcome you, I'm looking around for the dean. In order to properly welcome you, there he is. I want to first introduce the Dean of the Pace Law School, David Yaski, who's got a few welcoming remarks. Thank you, David.
Good morning. Thank you very much to everyone for joining us here. My name is David Yaski. I do, as Carl said, serve as the Dean at Pace Law School, and it is our pleasure, honor, privilege to host the Pace Energy and Climate Change Center, which is really one of the sparkling jewels in the crown for us. The work that the Energy and Climate Center has done over many years has been of, I really believe, extraordinary value, not just in our neighborhood of Westchester, but really throughout the state and beyond, and continues to grow in importance under the leadership of Carl Robigo. I just want to acknowledge and publicly state my gratitude for all the great work that Carl has done in the 3/4 of a year, I suppose, since you've been here. So thank you, Carl, for that. This conference is no exception. I am super excited about the work that you are going to do here today. The focus, of course, is the New York Public Service Commission's landmark Reforming the Energy Vision proceeding, the REV proceeding, which I have watched with growing excitement. When I was in the city government before returning to academia and coming to Pace, we kept encountering issue after issue where somebody would have a terrific idea about how to pursue the distributed generation agenda, or a little bit of an energy efficiency idea. And of course, in the energy world, little things add up, but there just wasn't the context to push it forward or to enable it to happen. And creating that context takes leadership, and we now have that leadership in the person of the Cuomo administration, and most particularly our keynote speaker, Audrey Zibelman. Audrey was confirmed as commissioner of the New York State PSC on June 19th, 2013. I remember, hearing about this and thinking what a terrific and important addition this was going to be to the state. And then when Audrey had an accident, and people were very concerned, and it's really wonderful to see not just the vigor, but to see the vision coming to fruition. So I just want to thank you, Ms. Zibelman, Commissioner Zibelman, Chief. Prior to her appointment, Ms. Zibelman served as President and Chief Executive Officer of Veridity Energy, Inc., which she formed after more than 25 years of electric utility industry leadership experience in both the public and private sectors. Participated as both counsel and expert witness in numerous electric utility proceedings before state and federal regulatory and legislative bodies on topics from the benefits of power markets to smart grids to consumers. Previously, Ms. Zibelman was the Executive VP and Chief Operating Officer of PJM, a regional transmission organization that operates the world's largest wholesale power markets. The REV is among the many, many initiatives that she has brought forward at the PSC, I think as exciting as any. And for these, she was named one of the top 10 most influential people in the energy sector by SNL Energy in 2014. So we're particularly pleased to have with us today Chair Audrey Zibelman. Chair.
So the big question is, how much can I influence you? So thank you all for being here. And you know, we're living in sort of year 2 of REV. For some of the folks, my colleagues at the DPS, it probably feels like year 10. But we've been hard at work, and I think that for us, really as challenging as the last year and a half has been in terms of thinking through, what's this vision like? What can we make the world like? What do we need to change in regulation? What do we need to change in the way we conceive how the electricity is supplied, how it's delivered, how it's used? And what's our role in government in facilitating these changes so that it's positive for consumers, it's positive for the environment, it meets the state's concerns about reliability, it addresses our concerns about climate change. And so how do we do all that? And I think, I'm incredibly proud to say that I work with a group of people at the department who have listened, they have thought, they have gone back, they have debated both internally and with others, and I think as a result, we've developed a product and a process and a vision that really is going to help change the way electricity works, but I think can have a profound influence on how we meet climate change issues in the future. So I'm, terrifically proud of the fact that I work with such incredible people, many of whom who were spending the endless hours are here, as well as the advisors we worked with. But the other piece of this, I would tell you, is that we would never have gotten to where we were in issuing this order if it weren't for many of the folks who are sitting in this room, because a lot of our hard work was informed by the comments we received, the ideas that we got, and the way that people started to think about helping us think through how we go. And so, I think that a good part of our success in New York is going to be dependent not only on the sort of the wisdom of the agency, certainly the support of the administration has been critical, but also the fact that we've created this broad-based dialogue in the energy industry across New York. And when I say that, it's not just utilities, it's not just the generators, it's the consumers, it's the retailers, it's the vendors, it's the solar providers, and everyone's sort of been helping us and started to think it through in a way that is unusual, because what I'm hearing a lot in the dialogue is not around, this is my interest, and you're here to protect my interest. Instead, here's where I think we understand where you want to go. We agree that's the right direction, and here's some pathways we can get there. And I think that is the only way that's going to be successful. So I can kind of congratulate the state, at least those of us who are sort of in the energy community, is that people are beginning to think in terms of collaboration, of forward-looking, of not protecting old business models, but creating new business models, and thinking in terms of really what the needs are of the state, of consumers, of the environment. And in that, I think, is probably the harbinger of our success. So I think I feel particularly fortunate to be part of this state at this time when people are seeing these needs and helping us figure out how do we make it better. So I'm not going to spend a whole 20 minutes, and I'm definitely not going to talk to you about what REV is, because if you don't know what it's about, then you probably need to go do something else today. So really what we're doing now is thinking about, if you think about this as an onion, we're starting to unpeel it to the next level. So we've framed up the issue. We've talked about where we want to go. We've talked about the types of outcomes that we want to see. And now we need to dig down into the next level of, okay, we've got the vision, now how are we going to do it? And the conversation today and I applaud Pace and Carl for taking it on, as well as Couch White, and who is also helping us in putting it sort of behind the scenes, allowing us to come here and have this dialogue with you, is really starting to say, okay, where do we move? Because, we started out, and it's like many states, with a process for incenting solar using a model that was simple for the industry, and I don't mean that in a prerogative way, a way to get it going through net metering. And now we have to think about, well, wait a minute. We're moving towards a point where the resources, distributed energy resources, are going to be primary, or as we said in the order, sort of integral to the operation of the grid. So rather than thinking about how use these resources sort of as a way of just shaving demand or dealing with emergencies, we're talking about really thinking about demand optimization on a broad scale. And what that means is that we need to compensate these resources and compensate them accurately for all the value they provide to the system. And we need to start thinking about the system as a network, just like you think about other networks that become the base layer that allows each of these various resources, whether it's solar, whether it's load control, whether it's storage, whether it's other forms of generation, to increase their value because they become part of the whole. Because that's what we've learned about the electricity grid, because it's an integrated system. Every device has an enhanced value if it can operate in cooperation with other resources, because that's how we can meet instantaneous demand. And so the challenge before us is to say, how do we move to a rate-making, a tariff, a service, a product format that actually moves in that direction? And in doing so, which is, sort of our issue, and I challenge you to think about it, we don't want to disturb expected outcomes. We don't want to unnecessarily disrupt business models. We want the solar industry and distributed energy industry to move forward. So not only do we have to paint where we want to go, we need to think about what's the bridge to get there, what's the right timing, and how do we do it in a way that protects consumer interests around affordable electricity. Because in the end, if we don't maintain affordability in the state, our capacity to do interesting things is limited. And so that becomes all of our obligations to think about. So that's sort of my challenge today. That's on the first topic you're talking about, which is where do we go after net metering? And as you know, that's a conversation that's being had across the country. Some of it in a not very pleasant way. And so what we can do in New York is frankly set a pathway, give people a sort of an avenue to think through how do you move to a layer where you have integrated solar and integrated resources, part and parcel, and tariffs that are fairly and representative, and then maybe then allow others to follow. So, so I see this as always primarily New York's concern, what we want to do in the state, but I also know that with a state like New York, if we get it right, others will follow, and that will help the industry because they don't have to then litigate this in every state. So I think that gives us sort of an important role and a great opportunity to show leadership. The other thing that we're going to be talking about today is standby rates, which is also an interesting issue. So, we used to think about standby rates in this industry on the view that if in fact a generator that is normally relied on, a backup a distributed generation, combined heat and power, et cetera, fails, that the rest of the system needs to back it up, which is true because people need energy instantaneously, and if in fact something fails, they don't want to be without power, and so you use the backup system. So the question is, how do you price that out? Well, the issue we have is that we're trying to change the way of thinking about the world, where in fact maybe the rest of the system in front of the meter backs it up, but maybe what we're really trying to do is say, let's get enough distributed energy resources on the grid so that if one generator goes down, say the generator in this building, the neighbor next door says, wait, I have backup resources, I'll take my load off. So rather than using the rest of the system, we have enough resources available behind the meter that we can manage the grid because there's enough diversity that the distribution utility doesn't feel a need to buy from the wholesale grid to supply retail demand because there's enough resources out there. So one way to think about this then is when you say a standby tariff is who's standing by, but also what kind of price signal do you want to send? Because if we're moving in the direction of creating a market with more distributed energy resources, if you think about it like telecom thinks about it, there's a principle in telecom pricing called Metcalfe's Law, or network pricing, which is you add an additional resource and the resource in front of it has more value, is that you want to actually attract resources rather than act as a barrier. So is that a principle that we should start thinking about in electricity? How do we increase the value of the grid, not by limiting the types of resources that are using the system, but actually increasing the types of resources that are using the system? And therefore, how do we set pricing to incent those types of investments so that in the end, we're sending economic price signals because we are valuing distributed resources rather than fearing them? So that's the kind of thing we would like you guys to start thinking about. Certainly we're thinking about it. And as Carl and Nadine said, that I'm very fortunate is that not only can I draw on the vast intelligence and sagacity of the people I work with at the Department of Public Service, I also have this entire ecosystem of really smart people in New York who care about these things and are going to be able to help us think it through. So I am unfortunately not able to stay the day. I have plenty of people here who are listening, and I look forward to hearing the reports. But again, thank you for attending, and I think this will be a wonderful day.
It is not actually possible to have a conversation with Audrey that does not leave you with big things to think about and do. I'm sure the staff appreciates that, but I've found that in every conversation with her. Thank you. Thank you for helping us set the tone. So we are going to try to tackle these two topics. I want to take a couple of moments to just set some administrative and logistical framework for things. First of all, I want to recognize a couple of special guests. Kathy Draper with Assemblymember Amy Paulin's office is here, and Catherine McVie Hughes, the Community Board Chair, is also here. And there you go. And thank you for joining us. They will get more headline billing in the second half of this session, but we could not have pulled this off without the commitment of Couch White and the folks we've had from that firm. It's a great firm, and I get to interact with them in a fair few places now, and professionals. It's really, really nice to deal with those folks. So how are we going to do this? What we're going to do in this first session, and then we're going to repeat the whole process in the second session, is that we're going to have a group of speakers who will give you relatively short 5 to 10 minute presentations that sort of introduce their perspective on the issue that we're going to discuss. Then after we do that, we will take a break. And during that break, a member of the staff at the Public Service Commission will sort of reflect on what they've heard and come back in a kind of repertoire format right after the break and provide some questions for the panelists and some immediate reactions. Again, kind of like a repertoire function in an international discussion. And then after that, we'll open up to general participation in the room. In that regard, in order to sort of manage the flood of notes, discussions and question things, we're going to try to use those index cards that you see positioned in the middle of your table, and we'll have a basket. There's an Easter-looking basket over there that Dave is very stylishly modeling right now, and we have law students, or as I call them, minions, who will also accept your cards, and these are minions who have to work here as opposed to, anyway. They'll accept your cards and they'll help sort them out. So if you have questions during the presentations, get them during the break to the basket or to the law students. And let me make them raise their hands. I know I see Justin and Eric. Do we have anybody else? Okay, so to the table and just look for them as you're wandering around. They'll take those for you and help sort them out. And then we can get to your questions during the discussion phase. We'll keep our panelists up. Let me see what else here. It'd be helpful if you identify who you are on your question card and use your best penmanship. And if there is time, we still holding out hope of maybe going to open mic questions if you're more comfortable with that. But it'll be easier to try to get through stuff, I think, if we use the written format. An advance note on lunch, which is currently scheduled for, 12:15. And by the way, you all should have one of these sort of run a show cards, right, to keep track. We have more on the table if you don't have one. You'll be on your own, but we do have some suggestions. The safest, quickest bet is going to be the cafeteria right here in the building. But there, of course, in the nearby neighborhood, there's many places. There's probably even a pretzel or hot dog cart if you're feeling that brave outside. And then we're going to come back at 1:30 for the second panel. Okay, so that's all those minor but necessary logistical details. The only other thing I want to say before we get started is a big thank you to the people who helped put this together. Caitlin and Vanessa, Dave, and my interns who are helping us out. And there's staff operating all this electronics and stuff and set up the room for us. So in advance of what I know is going to be a great day, I really, really want to thank them. And please join me in thanking them now. All right. So, according to my schedule, this is a really good time to ask my panelists to come up and have a seat on the dais, and then I'll sort of frame up the first issue and introduce who they are for you. So give me just 1 second. See how fast this computer works. All right. David, Richard, Neil, and Oscar. All right, excellent. Thanks. All right. I'm going to do the introductions pretty quickly because they wouldn't be here if they weren't really, really qualified to be here. And I'll go from my left, my left to my right, so from your right to your left in doing this, just so you can keep track of the faces and names here. First is Richard Perez. Dr. Perez directs solar energy research work at the Atmospheric Sciences Research Center. And works with SUNY Albany. He sits on the advisory board of the George Washington University Solar Institute and has served many times on the board of the American Solar Energy Society and as an editor with the Solar Energy Journal. His publication count, so just in case you're ever thinking of trying to get tenure, his publication count is 250 journal articles, book chapters, or conference papers relating to solar. He holds patents in solar. He's received awards. He's been someone I've been following my entire career being involved in this stuff, and it was a real, real treat to move back to New York and get a chance to meet and work with him. He's got a long list of other accomplishments. I know him from working on value of solar analysis and tariff design issues, but that's Dr. Richard Perez. He's a really smart cookie. You can say applause for them a little later. I'm going to go through the rest of it. Lena Hansen is also an old friend. She's a principal at the Rocky Mountain Institute, and she's in charge of their electricity practice. She's been heavily involved working with the PSC and with her team with the PSC on the REV proceeding. She helped write the chapter on electricity and reinventing fire, RMI's latest groundbreaking book on how we can get to a clean future and a clean energy future in particular. She helped create the RMI's E-Lab, Electricity Innovation Lab, and still leads that effort today. Another one in a couple of weeks. Yeah. And what's really cool is she's got her bachelor's degree in astrophysics, so you can ask her all the tough questions. But she also has a master's in environmental economics and policy. Okay, so let's see. After her comes Askim. Good. All right. I should have organized these better. Askim is Ornektiken. Right? Was that good?
That was
the right
perfect.
syllables? Okay, I spent a little time like in Turkey, and some of these words aren't that unfamiliar for me. Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Energy Management, DEM, at the Department of Citywide Administrative Services for New York City. Ozgam, she is responsible for leading the charge of implementing the mayor's efforts, the platform of One City Built to Last, which seeks to reduce greenhouse gases. So a big customer, a big participant, a big potential generator to reduce emissions by 80% by 2050, that ambitious goal. She has extensive experience in managing and designing energy conservation projects and worked directly for the Mayor's Office of Long-Term Planning and Sustainability on the plan to reduce GHG in city buildings and operations during her tenure at AECOM. She was the first Director of Sustainability at the New York City Department of Education. She's an energy whiz, right? Prior to joining DM, she was the Director of the Office of Sustainability at New York University, so she understands MUSH and those kinds of special facilities where all this great distributed generation can happen. And she went to school in Denver, so among other places. She also is enrolled in an executive MBA program at Columbia University right now, and on an adjunct faculty. Remember those 250 articles you have to publish, so just if you want to move from adjunct to tenure. All right, so that's Ozgam. Next is David Sandbank, and David is the new director of New York Sun, which is, you should all know, is Governor Cuomo's billion-dollar initiative to advance the scale-up of solar and move the state closer to our sustainability and self-reliance energy goals. Most recently, before that, he was the president, and many of you probably knew him as the president of On4 Solar. He grew On4 Solar from employee number one to a $30 million company in just 5 years. He handled a variety, as founders often do, a variety of the functions for the company, chief cook, bottle washer, government affairs, all sorts of things like that. He launched their efforts to do training of solar staff and credentialing, and especially targeting underprivileged inner city residents to partner with the bank and the Consortium for Worker Education, with Chase Bank and the Consortium for Worker Education. At New York Sun, of course, he's involved in deploying funds in a strategic manner, using his experience in the solar industry to grow the industry, to increase the scale of solar use without increasing burdens on ratepayers. So the old approach just won't work. And using targeted financial approaches and commitments and support using the megawatt block system. If you're not familiar with it, it really does work. It's a pretty smart approach. Last but not least, Jamil Khan is the Deputy Director of Policy and Electricity Markets for Solar City. Has everybody heard of Solar City? Yeah, okay. It's like, where have you been? No, Solar City is, they're in the news everywhere. Now, they just broke into Texas, which is just like Jamil was saying, it's like gold rush. You know, everybody thinks it's possible. Nobody could figure out how to do it. They've combined financial acumen with just pure business commitment to doing this stuff, and have made a presence, and they back up their words with action and involvement and participation and good hard thinking about how to get make solar possible. Jamil, before he joined Solar City, he served as the program manager for renewable energy in the New York City Manager's Office of Long-Term Planning and Sustainability. So he has a background in understanding how the solar market can work here in New York and in the city in particular. He understands regulatory and legislative issues and is shaping the agenda, including aftermath to Hurricane Sandy work. Prior to that work, he worked on urban energy policy with MJ Beck, and he's even an accountant. But he has a degree. Everybody here is so like Renaissance people. His undergraduate work is in chemical and biomolecular engineering. And he has a Master of Science in Engineering and Environmental Management and Economics. So, you know, ask him any question you want. All right, that's my panel. And as you can see, they all deserve to be here. What we're gonna do now is I'm just gonna frame up the issues real quick by showing you a couple of pictures, slides, if you will, that'll get the issue started on what we want to talk about. And I've got to. I'm not going to use all these real fast, but I do want to walk you through a couple of basic ideas. Remember that while we're talking about solar, and as Audrey said, we need to figure out how to move from net metering to something else, we also want to keep in mind the broader context of distributed energy resources in general. So a lot of the ideas that we apply to this will carry over to the standby discussion this afternoon, which heavily involves other kinds of generators. But it also could involve things on all sides of the question of distributed energy resources. So definitionally, let's keep in mind that we are talking about DER, which is all kinds of stuff: generation, demand response, efficiency, storage, electric vehicles. We generally characterize it kind of physically as stuff that's embedded in the distribution system, and we call it oftentimes smaller in scale, but there aren't any official size numbers, and sort of trying to define that by size is a kind of a fool's errand. It's really where it is, where it works, and where it interacts with load most significantly. It is often thought about as something that can be provided by third parties, and third parties have been the real strong messengers of bringing DER into the utility system here in New York and around the world. And it can start us thinking about two-way and three-way and multiple-way transactions in that distribution grid structure that Audrey introduced us to. As DER has entered the market across this country, it has raised a number of questions and discussions. Some have been rather heated. We've seen efforts to prohibit it, and we've seen efforts to mandate it. We've seen efforts to regulate it as a utility or decide that it's not a utility. We've seen people want to impose extra charges on DER and give extra incentives to DER. We've seen people trying to eliminate the benefits that it provides or give incentives to get the benefits that it provides. And we know that it often comes bundled not just with technology, but it represents a new model of service, especially when it's blended with innovative financial tools, like, for example, the lease model from SolarCity. It raises issues of technical, regulatory, and economic internalization of value, but it also raises issues of grid bypass. And most successfully, I think, it will be dealt with by engaging it in a conversation like we're doing here in New York in the context of utility transformation. Our old rate-making system, cost of service rate-making system, says what we do is we accumulate the costs to provide a delivered kilowatt hour, and then we add a unit of profit on top of it. That system, we all know how it works, and as the Rev Order explained to us, often tends to lead the old business model into an incentive to just build up costs, especially capital costs, because that's what generated profit. But we know intuitively that a kilowatt hour of electricity made or saved very near the point of consumption has additional value and should be able to offset a lot of those costs if we could just do the calculation. We also know that by engaging customers and third parties in developing those resources, we have an opportunity to reduce the capital burden that the utility needs to incur in order to keep the grid running. So there is an opportunity for us to introduce these resources for the benefit of all of us, and to build up the grid itself. We are talking essentially about moving from cost-based regulation to value-based regulation. And this is something really fundamental. And the first line here is sort of, real-world economics 101 that we all have to carry away, which is that price does not always equal value, and price does not always equal cost, especially when we consider the issues of what so-called externalities, a topic we've been discussing in this industry for at least 30 years, and at pace for about that long. We think we can induce overall economic efficiency if resources are priced on value as opposed to cost. And if we can do that kind of value-based pricing, we can start moving towards sending better price signals, as Audrey was talking about earlier on. Some of the activities or steps we can take to try to make this happen are decoupling. If you look at it, the subtext of a lot of that Rev Order is about decoupling incentives from compensation, monetizing value, and encouraging distributed energy resources with it means we should be able to better manage and maybe even ultimately reduce our dependence on pure incentives, or at least some parts of the market. But we also have to separate the core, and we've gone a long way in New York, but we need to make sure we don't fall back on recoupling and keep uncoupled compensation from consumption. We don't want to simply substitute one sort of kWh generation machine for another when we go from the central station model to a distributed model. Of course, we want to animate these markets. As I said before, keep in mind that we have at least 5 S's in the universe of distributed energy resources: solar and savings and storage and smarts and security, all things that we want to animate in the model. Along the way, the solutions that these people talk about and that we talk about have got to be fair to participants and non-participants, to the utilities and other service providers that are involved in it. I already mentioned decoupling. We should make sure we keep track of our public policy goals, like environmental performance and equity and affordability. And this stuff in the end has got to be sound and simple to explain, or else we're not going to accomplish any change whatsoever. When we talk about compensation and incentives, just a couple of key points here. It's going to be critical that we talk about the right compensation, the right monetization of value, that it have a foundation and analysis. And this I steal from Amory Lovins' line that he likes to repeat. I don't know who originally said it, but in God we trust, all others must bring data. This has to be sound, it has to be based on analysis, or else it's not going to be sustainable as a transition mechanism. Our incentives should then support public policy and mostly be scaled to overcome market failures. We don't want to have permanent reliance on incentives in order to advance our markets. And then in that context, we're always stuck with the Goldilocks test, trying to tune our incentives to just do what needs to be done, but not more, not to create free riders. And they're both, as I've said before, most easily managed if we separate them. So let me, how do we do it? I'm going to skip over this and just say, here's an example of a recent effort to come up with the value of solar. This is the recently published report in Maine. You can't see every bit of it, but well, we got pretty good screens here, so you probably can. There's a big takeaway that's not really a takeaway, which is that if you add all of this stuff up, you end up with 33.7 cents per kWh for a kilowatt hour of solar in Maine, where the retail rate is something south of 18 cents. So this study says that if you actually look at all of that on a 25-year levelized cost of energy basis, solar provides twice the value, distributed solar provides twice the value of a retail rate, and probably substantially more than it actually costs to get somebody to do it. And that's kind of where this goes. Now, we need to have all sorts of fun discussions about whether all the items in these lists belong. Should we use utility rates to incorporate the social cost of carbon, of SOx, of NOx? How real is the market price effect? What is the hedge value of a non-fuel resource? All these are questions we're going to have to confront as we start thinking about valuing these resources. But the one thing I want to leave you with is that people are working on it. Some of these people have been working on it, and they're going to talk about that as well. So with that bit of an introduction, I'll skip talking about that, and I'll turn it over to, I'll get started on our speakers. I'm trying to think if there's a logical way. I think I'll just continue going this way. Would you mind going first, Richard? No. Okay, good. So let me put Richard up, and he can get us going. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. I'll put it to the first one.
Just to keep me on track, really.
Good morning. So, first I'd like to acknowledge that I'm part of the Northeast Solar Energy Market Coalition, a new grant from the USDOE led by Carl Rabago. That includes all the Northeastern states' solar energy industry associations. And the goal, as I understand it, is to harmonize the policy in that part of the country, which is currently very disparate. And value of solar will probably be a big part of it. So we have the power grid with its transmission and distribution branch. And in New York City, the grid is not radial but nested, but it's still a distribution grid. Then you put solar on the grid, decentralized or centralized. Then you put daytime on the solar, and then it injects solar electrons on the grid. And regardless of who owns those systems, how they were financed, that creates a chain of value. Just the fact that these electrons have value, and they also have a cost. It's not all free. So this is the stack that Carl showed earlier. We may disagree and argue a lot on what that value is quantitatively, but one thing we can all agree on is that some of it pertain to the ratepayers, to the utilities, things like energy value, distribution capacity value, that pertains to the ratepayer, and some others pertain to the taxpayer, to the citizen at large, like environmental value, economic development value. And one thing which we should not lose from mind is that taxpayer and ratepayer, overwhelmingly, it's the same person. So we have to be very careful not to penalize the taxpayer when we want to save the ratepayer, because we are shooting ourselves in the foot if we do that. So we have to have a broad view of what's going on when we value solar. Okay, now I'm taking the same grid and I'm going to look at it through the lens of the world we have today. We have regulations, legal concerns, there are meters on the way. There is net metering, there is a notion of distributed energy generation, two-way grids, there are fixed charge in the way, there are taxes, there are renewable energy credit in some places, and there are many vested interests in keeping things the way they are. There are even virtual versions of net metering where you offtake net meter, but at the end of the day, even with all that framework, those solar electrons feed on the grid exactly the same way and generate exactly the same stack of value. There is no difference. We can put any framework around that. Physically, that's what's going on. And that value depends on three fundamental things. It depends on location, it depends on where you are on the grid, it depends where you are regionally. I'm comparing here, for instance, New York City and Buffalo. It depends on penetration, how much solar you put on the grid. The value will go down as you crowd the grid with solar, because ingesting intermittent energy will have a price for that, and the value will also decay. And finally, it depends on the specifications of the solar systems, the intelligence of the system. If a system is dispatchable, if it has intelligence, or if it can be smartly curtailed to fit better on the grid, or if it can transform itself into a nano grid when the grid goes down, then the value can be much higher. So these are the three fundamental things that the value depends on. So let's look at the way PV is remunerated today. In New York City, for instance, there are a lot of tax stuff. There is local taxes, state taxes, federal income taxes. There is even depreciation if you're a business. This has nothing to do with the three fundamentals. It's a one cookie cutter for everything. So this is not ideal. Then you have NYSERDA providing different levels of rebates. This is a little bit differentiated regionally with a megawatt block, but it's still a very rough differentiation. And then there is net metering, which has some location dependence, but it's basically using a demand-side tariff to do supply-side stuff, and after a while that thing's gonna break. So if you put the current remuneration system, compare it to the fundamentals that should drive the value, they don't look very much alike. So it's time that the process be informed by the value itself. And it's very important for solar more than for the other DERs, because solar is not just another distributed energy resource. Solar is much, much bigger. If you look at the energy reserves of the planet, and many of you probably have seen that slide before, you have the finite resource on the right and all the renewables in the middle, and then you compare it with the solar potential. It doesn't even compare. This is where we have to go, DER or not. In the end, that's the big resource, and that's 1 year of supply compared to the finite supplies to the right. This is the current view in many thinking, and I hope REV will acknowledge the fact and will realize that the vision is, in fact, let's tap the potential of that huge solar power. And value of solar is probably one of the catalysts to make that happen in a nice way. Thanks.
All right, so I've already am starting to think that there are some tariff design principles in those three factors, but we won't get to that just yet. So, Lena, where are you? Is this? Yep. Not where are you, literally, but.
Thank you. Hi. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about RMI's perspective on value and on solar and on distributed resources broadly. And so the very first thing I want to do, I'm not going to give a big overview, but to say why we're so focused on this really comes out of a lot of our thinking via the Electricity Innovation Lab, which is a national coalition of leading organizations, utilities and regulators and solar and smart grid companies and large customers and others, to really look at how the U.S. electricity system needs to be and can be transformed over the next couple decades. And what that group has really been thinking about is given all the trends facing the industry around the changing costs of technology, around climate change, around the need to reinvest in aging infrastructure, there really is the potential and the need to shift the system towards one that is very efficient, largely renewable, and much more distributed than what we have today. So when you think about that as the way in which we need to go, a lot of things come up. And one of the very first ones is better realigning pricing structures and business models with what society needs and with where the system might be headed. So that has really shaped a lot of our thinking about pricing, about rate design, and about this whole concept of the value of solar and of all distributed resources. So just a couple thoughts on this. One is, as we know, conventionally across all of the US, typical rate design really socializes costs and disguises a lot of the real cost of service and the real value of different types of resources. And yet, as more and more distributed resources come onto the system, be it solar or demand response or energy storage, those resources have really different characteristics than conventional resources in terms of where they're sited, in terms of how they operate, in terms of how they're owned. And these very, very different characteristics of distributed resources really do conflict with the way the current system is set up. So these models, both regulatory, business model, pricing models, were designed for a historically centralized system, and that creates a number of misalignments that ultimately are driving a lot of the conflicts that we see and a lot of these questions that we're here to really dig into today. So one of the things that we really think about a lot is that customers who are increasingly wanting to adopt distributed resources, and particularly solar, as the costs come down for those resources, they're going to start adopting a lot of solar, a lot of storage, a lot of energy efficiency, whatever it may be. And they will, and third-party providers will optimize their investments in those resources against whatever pricing signal they're given from the grid. So if that pricing signal or the value that distributed resource providers or customers see is not aligned with what the system actually values or what the system needs in terms of resource deployment, that those investments may be suboptimized in a pretty big way. So the most important reason to really start thinking about the value of solar and the value of distributed resources generally is that if we can better align the value signals that customers and DER providers see, then we can better optimize the system overall in terms of investment, in terms of system efficiency, et cetera. So just for example, if I were a customer and I was going to put solar on my roof, I would optimize that against my own sort of self-interest, which would probably be to put that solar panel facing south, because I'll get the most sun and I'll generate the most energy. And under a current net metering system, I would get the most money by generating the most electricity. But it could very well be that for the electricity system as a whole, orienting that panel to the west so that I get maybe less electricity, but more of it later in the day, when my peak is and when it's more valuable to me is actually a better outcome for the grid and for the system as a whole. But I, as a customer, have no reason to do that unless I am feeling particularly altruistic. So if we can better align these signals and let customers know that there's more value to be had by facing west in this example rather than south, they might do that. And that creates economic benefit for all customers and for the system overall. So, I think these are just a few, I'm not going to go into these in depth, but just a few of the misalignments that we see, such as what I just mentioned around really kind of the value recognition and cost allocation of these resources driving possibly overinvestment and inefficient use of all of these resources. So the purpose then of better reflecting the value of solar really is threefold. One of them is to better promote customer engagement and customer response. The second is to optimize the system. And wrapped up in both of those is better aligning customer investments with system needs. And then finally, to create an opportunity for innovation. Because when we accurately send a signal that reflects the value that the system sees, then third-party providers have the opportunity to come up with really new creative solutions for how to really meet that need. So at RMI a year or so ago, we, as Carl had mentioned earlier, really started thinking about, okay, so if value is so important, what is the value of solar, and how do we really begin to get our arms around that? So to help answer that question, we looked at about a dozen studies from around the US. At that time, those were all of the leading studies. There have been a couple more that have come out since then that really tried to analyze and assess what the benefits and the costs of solar are. And that's a very long, very lengthy report. You can get it on our website, but a few things came out of that, and one of them was that of interest to us, a lot of these studies really did agree on what the appropriate categories of benefit and cost are, and those are shown here on this slide. Not completely, different studies sort of picked and choose different ones of these, but by and large, there was agreement on at least what the categories are that we should be looking at when we think about the value of solar. But here are the results from these 12 or so studies that we looked at. What you can see is that the answer they came out with is drastically different across all of these studies. And there are many, many reasons for that, but it boils down largely to three big buckets. One is what input assumptions you use. The second, having to do with fuel price and all of these types of things. The second big bucket, which causes this variation, has to do with the methodologies employed. For some values, like energy, there's actually quite a lot of agreement on how to calculate that benefit. But for others, like distribution capacity value, there's really not any agreement at all. And so that drives a lot of benefits, or a lot of changes, depending on which method you choose. And then, of course, finally, and Richard mentioned this as well, one of the big differences is where you are and what your system characteristics are. So the value in New York will be very different than the value in California. So what I wanted to just say then as well is we think about beginning to unbundle value and price according to three big dimensions. One of those is around attributes. So how do you begin to think about all of the different sources of benefit and cost that these resources provide? A second one is around when those benefits and costs accrue. And the third is around where they accrue. And it's really these three dimensions that need to be considered when we're thinking about how to really understand the value of this resource. So the very final thing I want to say, and then I'll end, is that moving towards value-based pricing in some ways sounds like a great idea, and we believe is necessary to some extent as the system is transformed, but it should be done very carefully and very thoughtfully. It's not easy to do, and there are a lot of issues that come up when you start thinking about moving towards a more granular price, and those have to do with many of the things I know we'll talk about today. But primarily, how do you really balance having a more accurate price signal with the need to also have a simple price signal that customers can understand, and also the need to create investment certainty for those people who will be investing in solar. What do we really do about the very real but unmonetized values that exist, such as carbon and a variety of things? How do we address those fairly? How do we think about the issue of cross-subsidies, and how does that fit into the way we've always thought about cross-subsidies in the electricity sector? And then finally, how do we get it right? I think there's a real trend in the country to, like, oh, we'll move towards the value of solar, we'll just add a fixed charge, and that's all we have to do. And I think that if we're going to move towards a value-based signal, we actually have to get that value right, and that's not easy at all. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can't read it. No, I thought I saw the. Ooh.
Thank you.
You're up.
Great.
Thank you so much. So I'm here to talk a little bit about how New York City, as a big city with this big C and a small c, and just to see if we can give you a bit of an idea of where we're headed with renewable energy here. So as Carl mentioned, I'm in charge, my staff is in charge of carrying out the goals and accomplishing the goals of the One City Built to Last. We committed 80% of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So that sounds far, far away. So we have an interim goal to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2025 for the city buildings, which my office is in charge of, and then 30% by 2025 for all buildings, public and private. So I'm going to quickly tell you what we are doing in our office before I move on to the value of what we're looking at. In order to get to 35% by 2025, we set a goal of 100 megawatts of solar and other renewables. And of course, we are looking to make sure that we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions through our energy efficiency programs as well. We want to reduce our demand as much as cleaning our energy supply and sustain that. So in order to sustain it, we believe in operations and maintenance and preventive maintenance, and we want to make sure all the investments that we make are actually sustainable, generating sustainable savings and clean supply going into the future. And we're looking at new energy efficiency technologies, new generation technologies, and we have a program to test demonstration projects, and we're looking forward to hearing from the industry in terms of what opportunities are there, so we can test them on city buildings and make it available for the market to take. So going into the solar real quick for the city as a whole, this is big city, public and private. We have a huge electricity generation in 2013. The numbers are there. I'm not going to try to tell you what they are. But just to give you the solar capacity, we have so far had 42.6 megawatts of solar in the city. And currently, my office is implementing solar installations on 24 schools across all 5 boroughs, which will bring us to additional 6 megawatts by April next year. But within the next month, we're going to add 1.85 megawatts of solar through our PPA and through our capital investment. So we do it 2 ways in the city right now for public installations. But One City Built to Last not only gave the public buildings the 100 megawatt goal, but gave the whole city 350 megawatt goal, which means 250 megawatt of it has to come from the private sector. So we're going to do 100 megawatt. We're looking to all of you to do the 250 megawatts, and we have to do it together to get there. What to understand is 42.6 was so far, and we have 10 years. By 2025, we have to add 350 megawatts, which is 35 megawatts a year between now and 2025. and we've only done 42.6 so far. So just to put it in perspective, we have to really, whatever we do going into the future with REV, we really have to open up the market and we really make it flexible, adaptable, and put all the values that we all agree on together to make sure we can actually hit the ground running fast. The slower we do now, we have to do more at the end of that 2025 timeline. So what do we need to do? What are some of the barriers that we see currently are the investment that's coming into solar is limited, and we want to make sure we put in incentives for investors to come in here and maybe turn New York City into Wilmington for insurers or something, or banks, to see how we can actually attract businesses to the city to do this. What we mean by the inaccessible incentives is the tax incentives. There are some tax incentives for private companies to take advantage of, but those are not available for nonprofits or public buildings. And I think going into the future, those incentives that we built into the values, we have to make sure it's encompassing for everyone, not just private sector, but also public sector as well, and as well as the nonprofits. No surprise here, New York City has higher installation costs than the rest of the state, and this is expected, I suppose. But the solar installation is not as complicated as most other installations that we have in the city. It's not a cogen plant. It's pretty, and most of the renewables also, I'm going to talk about wind maybe, they're all very condensed and simpler to install. So how can we make it more affordable for everyone to install these clean energy sources, and reduce the cost by sheer volume? I think sheer volume, sheer economic growth, create jobs, and reduce the costs. Some of the barriers also for investors and other companies not coming to New York City to make installations is our interconnection and permitting processes. I think they could be, and from our perspective in terms of the implementing agency, we're dealing with those as well as everybody else, and we're looking forward for REV to simplify and make it more fluent for everyone to understand and process to get installations completed fast. So we're looking for fast and quality installations. So what does value mean for New York City of renewables? Obviously, we're looking for economic growth. We're looking for job creation from the public and private buildings projects, and side businesses associated with that. That goes for education, that goes for training, that goes for transportation, all kinds of things that involve with solar to get to everywhere in the city. Equity is a major agenda item for this administration, and we're looking for making renewable energy affordable, available, and accessible to everyone. And we mean everyone. So from low income to high income, regardless of the socioeconomic background of our citizens, we want to make sure everyone benefits from them somehow. And everyone talks about health, and we're really serious about it in terms of improving our air quality. And this is where I think what you were talking about in terms of value will be different between California and New York, but value probably is different between even New York City and upstate New York. So air quality here is nowhere close to being the air quality in Adirondacks, right? So we would like to get there too. We would like to have that same air quality. We would like to have, we don't have to deal with asthma and other issues that comes with having power plants in the city. So how can we make it happen, and why? And also, why does it matter if we have so much asthma in the city? So just if you have a kid with asthma, they get sick and they their parents are at home, now you lost productivity, your healthcare costs went up, and the kid lost opportunity to learn at school, they missed school. So the ripple effects of having that one thing is very, very actually impactful for our economy in the city. So what renewables have values that I don't know we're working to put cost to those values, but they're very important and they're very tangible, and I think we will get there. And we're looking for market transformation, right? So we're trying to attract all the businesses, new businesses, energy businesses, technologies to the city. And can REV be the lead equivalent for energy? Can we make something that's flexible, adaptable, a framework that actually can do the market transformation and turn the state first into something that we can't even dream of, and be an inspiration to the nation. Resiliency obviously is very important, but sometimes we get short-sighted with resiliency, thinking about Irene and Sandy. Those were big events, and I'm hoping that we don't have them every year, but there are certain events that happen all the time. Those are blackouts, those are brownouts, and can we make sure the values of renewable energy incorporate those peak load shavings, addressing those blackout areas and brownout areas, and can we make sure that those are incorporated into cost equations and rates. Sustainability, obviously, we're looking for that carbon-free 350 megawatts of renewable energy by 2025, and we are very serious about getting there, so we really need your help to make sure we put in the right framework to get there fast and get going. So we are asking REV and all of you to set the framework that incorporates customer accessibility, equity, health, resiliency, carbon reductions, system reliability, and sustainability in project valuation. And here, sustainability is not just about carbon reduction, but sustainability as in year-over-year sustaining success, sustaining growth, sustaining progress. And what we're looking for is a market-based system that does not disincentivize or create barriers for providers. And what we mean by that is we're looking for technology-agnostic approach. So we're not saying, don't do this, do this. Let's not make the decisions for the market. Let's put a flexible framework out there so the market can decide for itself what kind of business models that they want to do, and let's not create processes or programs around one or two or three things, but let's keep it flexible and open to everyone. For example, in terms of the enhancing peak demand, I'm going to jump there for a moment. The projects that we're doing right now for the 24 schools, we didn't plan on necessarily saying we're going to enhance peak demand, but we know that it's one of the side benefits. And 1 megawatt of that 6 megawatt is in an area where actually BQDM area that will be that's in trouble with interconnection, with capacity. So we'll be helping the peak load there with that, and there's many more investments hopefully from us coming towards that area as well. We're looking for efficient review processes, and that part I think we need to make it clear. As much as we want to have a very open and flexible framework in terms of models. When it comes to processes and permitting, we want to make sure we're very clear as to what we mean and what the processes are, step 1, step 2, step 3, and make it very transparent and easy to access and inviting for everyone, and have a joy in doing the project as opposed to trying to figure out what's happening from this group to that group all the time. And what we are envisioning into the future for private sector is that there will be probably the utilities will put some programs and processes and for consumer products. We want to make sure these are very easy to understand. And I'm going to give a quick example. We are right now doing one of the projects in Brooklyn with solar, and working with the utility. Con Ed has identified we will need to do some adjustments to the interconnection, and it will take a little. We have a couple of options, and they gave us, I think, 3 or 4 options. And if you were layman's words, I didn't know what they were talking about. They're talking about is in terms of utility language, in terms of it sounds kind of scary when you look at a program that has 8 words. It's like, what is it exactly? What do you mean? So I think in terms of making, as we go to the private sector, if I, as an energy engineer, if I don't understand what you're talking about, how would be the regular person understand what you're talking about? So I think in order to make residential customers attracted to solar, we have to make sure our programs are very simple and not hundreds of them, just a few that will actually address the needs and give them the options. And we have to take advantage of educating them as well through campaigns. And here in the city, we can help through Department of Education. I was lucky enough to say that I worked there a long time. And the kids are great, and they teach a lot to their parents, so we have an opportunity there. We have an opportunity with CUNY, and we have an opportunity with all the universities, Pace, NYU, Columbia, to actually help us get there. So with that, I want to thank you.
I'm getting pretty good at this slide changing thing here, so we'll get David set up, and David, welcome.
Thank you, Carl. It's good to be here to refresh your memory. My name's David Sandbank. I am Director of New York Sun at NYSERDA. Before I start my presentation, I just want to expand on a couple points. One that Audrey made that I think is really important, and that we're really right now at a challenging time here in New York, but it's a time of transition, but it's also a time of opportunity. And, a lot of people are looking at our state as far as what we're going to do next. And I think that's going to influence a lot of other states. And I think that's really important because when you think about the solar industry worldwide, we really got about 4 main states that are real solar players in the United States. And in my opinion, New York State and those other 3 states are not going to be able to do this on our own. We're not going to be able to scale an industry to a point where it becomes a good cost alternative to other fuel sources of electricity. So again, I think that this work is super important, and it's a great opportunity, and I'm really lucky, to be with NYSERDA right now during this transitional time. What Audrey said about New York State making this easier for other states is so important because we can't scale an industry just with New York State alone. I mean, if you could imagine if Apple was just making iPhones for New York State, how much would that unit cost? Well, I don't think it would cost what it currently is, right? So I think it's important that not only what we're doing for New York, but this spread across the country. And we have a solar industry throughout the United States, woo, that will help scale the industry in many ways. And then Lena brought up a really valid point about a concrete way in which we can value solar and how that relates to solar. And she talked about facing panels west. And that's a great idea, right? So you face the panels west, that causes benefit for the utility company, and then value that solar tariff so that it's a value also to the site. However, what if we took that a step further, and we said, well, let's not give up all that electricity. By the way, I'll get into the presentation in a minute. Let's not give up all that valued electricity from the hours of 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. just to face those panels west. Can't we just please everybody here? And what if we had a value that was strong enough? Let's say the utility company in one particular geographical region was saying, we need to satisfy load, and we have a supply-demand issue between 3 and 5 o'clock. So we're going to really give that solar electricity a much higher value in those hours. And then, so what if the free market came up with a tool, a tracking, single access tracking in a field somewhere, where it's incorporated with battery backup as well. So we're storing and holding on to all of that valuable electricity from the south at 180-degree azimuth, and then releasing it all to the grid between 3 and 5. Well, that would be great. And I think that Lena brought up a really good point about facing west, but I just want to reiterate that let's think about these in concrete terms, and let's think about it in terms that opens up market drivers to come up with technology, to come up with ideas, so that it's both beneficial to the grid, to the utilities, and to the solar provider as well. So let's get back to my presentation, or get into it to begin with. We at NYSERDA are, doing a benefit cost analysis, obviously through an order from the Public Service Commission. We really need to make a fundamental pivot from net metering to a value of solar tariff, right? And that's a transitional pivot that we have to make. So the first thing we've been asked to do is a cost-benefit framework analysis that's going to lead us to design tariff structures, right? So pricing to create pricing signals under REV. And this will really ultimately lead to a more efficient grid, because really that's what we're looking to do. We're looking to take this grid that's somewhat antiquated and very expensive to upkeep and make it a more efficient system. So the goal of this work really is to identify, propose, and evaluate options for the design of value of resource tariff rates. Because in reality, these tariff rates, this tariff structure, is our future. So we really have to make it work. We're also in the process of doing a net metering study to figure out the value of net metering right now. As you saw earlier from Carl's slides, very similar to what Maine is doing. There's a legislative study that we're going to be working on shortly, and we'll use that for informational purposes as well. And so really the question is, how is this research and data collection going to help us? So we have to get to a point where we're encouraging outside markets. We have to create an environment that creates market drivers. And going back to that example of tracking with battery and giving the grid their Western sun, the Western electrical production is one example of that. We have to identify appropriate revenue opportunities for the utilities and for the consumers and for the solar developers as well. And then we're going to identify regulatory issues to make all that happen. So basically, there's two programs I want to focus on in this presentation at NYSERDA that's very imperative to moving towards a REV-like model. And obviously, the program that I'm the director of, New York Sun, is one of our bigger programs. So I think it's important to understand about New York Sun is that it's really funny because I can tell you my goal for New York Sun in one sentence, which makes it sound really easy. But the task at hand is very complicated and quite difficult, and something that we work on, both at NYSERDA, with DPS, with stakeholders, with utility companies. It's a group effort. But the goal is to take a $1 billion incentive to get to to take a $1 billion initiative and get to an incentive-free, self-sustaining market, right? That's the goal. The question is, a lot of that money is going towards the megawatt block, and the megawatt block represents incentives that help drive down the cost of solar right now, right? Until we get to a place where those incentives are no longer needed. So the megawatt block is a mechanical method in way to drive down the incentive as the cost comes down. But we can't just say, okay, the cost is going to come down. We have to do something about it. We've got a lot of members on our team that are working kind of ahead of the curve to figure out what are we going to do besides just giving incentives? Well, we have to figure out how to make the solar industry scale. We have to lower the balance of system costs, right? So interconnection issues, permitting, everything that has to do with balance of system, we're working on. Unified solar permit, and I'll get into some of this later. We have, different aggregation tools and programs that we've launched. K-Solar is one. We have Solarize is another for residential and small business. Those two items are going to help aggregate customers and make it much easier for, introducing and greeting the developer and the solar customer. And we're putting a lot of work and going to be launching soon a low to moderate income program that's going to help broaden the base of how many ratepayers can participate in getting solar. It's very important to us that solar is available to all different economic structures. The second program that's really important to discuss at NYSERDA when we're talking about REV is New York Prize. Because we view New York Prize as a REV laboratory. So it's really, New York Sun is the now, right? And how we're going to scale an industry right now and lead it towards an incentive-free future. New York Prize is a lot about the future. New York Prize is a 3-stage competition leading to large-scale demonstration projects. So these projects need to optimize grid resiliency and efficiency, use microgrids to promote consumer load flexibility. That could be demand response, that could be peak shaving, it could be many different things. And focus on communities. A lot of microgrids now that are focused on particular sites or customers, and they're narrow in scope. What New York Prize is really aiming to do is serve more than one customer. It's to serve a community and get the community involved. So there's the question of where. A lot of times we talk about REV, and I think where and when. Those are the two most important words that I can think of when it comes to REV. And what New York Prize is going to do is help the where. Create a map, an interactive map that demonstrates or exposes where the strategic zones are for the utility companies, as well as the sweet spots for areas where microgrids are going to be more beneficial than other areas. And I think that's really important. So the purpose of New York Prize is to provide power more efficiently than the grid. And you've heard a lot of speakers talk about this, right? How distributed energy resources are an efficient way to produce power rather than just a centralized method, as well as providing islanding capacity in case of power outages. So really, we're talking about resilience there. So these microgrids are not only going to make things more efficient, but provide resiliency for emergency shelters and communities as a whole. And really, we need to understand the value to communities and utilities when we do this, right? So we're going to have a certain amount of projects that are going to become winners. And of those projects, we need to learn from that. We need to learn how is this going to benefit the communities as well as the utilities, and take that and move it to a model in the future that people are going to be able to use. And basically what that leads to is encouraging more projects in the future like this. So I think I've talked to you a little bit about New York Sun. I've talked to you about New York Prize. And those are two initiatives and programs that are essential for getting to a REV-like structure. I'm sure I'll have an opportunity later to talk more about New York Sun and talk about how scaling New York Sun is so imperative and how that leads us to a REV-like model. But I'll leave it at that for now. I'm sure we're going to talk more on this panel, a little bit more about that later. Thank you.
Jamil? Jamil, tough position right before the break, but hang with it.
Don't worry, I'll keep it short. I actually didn't bring any slides today, so you'll have to look at my face. First of all, thank you to PACE, and thank you to Carl. I've been working with PACE, actually mostly through Tom Bourgeois, for a while now, so it's good to be still connected to everyone here. So the way that SolarCity sees this issue is actually broken down into two distinct parts. The first one is, what is the net benefit of solar that is exported onto the grid, net of load? And then the second piece is, what rate design mechanism or policy do you use to properly engage with customers? Now, our priority, obviously, as a company in New York is to continue growing using a stable, transparent, financeable tool that actively engages customers. We see net metering as having all of those characteristics, which is why we've been able to grow so successfully in New York. Again, net metering is a very simple tool that really engages customers. It presents the same value proposition that a customer would otherwise have with, let's say, an LED light bulb. It offers a transparent, stable growth of the industry in New York that can allow for long-term investments that solar companies need to make to establish an industry in New York. One of our concerns with the value of solar structure is the inevitable boom and bust scenario, which makes for turbulent markets. Now, my own personal goal, Carl mentioned that I used to work for the city here, is to see New York grow the solar industry here. When I was with the city, I was basically responsible for trying to figure out why people don't invest in renewable energy. Two of the things that I learned and really continue to hold dear to my heart is that if you really want to engage the less sophisticated energy consumers, of which there will always be more than the knowledgeable ones, simplicity is key. Most people are not rational actors when it comes to energy. They do not respond to dynamic market signals. We couldn't get, when I was with the city, we couldn't get people to act even when it was in their own financial interests. We like net metering because of its ability to engage, again, customers as a simple tool. The other thing that I really, took to heart when I worked at the city was that policy instability has really time and again ground the growth of the solar industry to a halt. It's just an unfortunate fact. This instability has kind of always plagued solar in New York. Except within the last 2 years, when the governor's commitment to New York Sun, as David mentioned, $1 billion over 10 years, has the solar industry in New York been able to finally achieve some of the stability that it requires to grow here. Doing away with net metering at this point, especially less than 2 years away from what people in my industry call as the cliff, the deadline for the investment tax credit, would severely slow down the growth of solar in New York. But I don't want to be all negative and just say we don't welcome change, because we're as a private company based on competition, we welcome change. So another priority we have within the New York context is to be productive and to be helpful in supporting new utility models and rate design reform that really do away with a lot of the revenue erosion concerns. And we're hopeful that many of these ideas will be the products of the REV proceeding. So I'm going to leave it at that, and so we can get into more productive discussion, but thank you.
Wow. Okay, Jamil gets credit for pulling us back in after me and others taking too much time. So we're just 2 minutes into it. We have a 15-minute break, so let's try to get back in 15 minutes. I'll wrestle you all up. Thank you very much. If you have questions, remember the basket, my minions, and enjoy the break. I see the table still got plenty of food and coffee. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's not pretty. All right.
The break time is always the most productive.
Break is really. I know it is. I know, because you get to have quick conversations. You get to putter around, get things off your brain. Okay, everyone, take your seats and we can resume the conversation. If you take too long, the person from the New York PSC staff will be annoyed, and that won't work for you in the long run.
I saw you over there. He's here today, isn't he? Yes. Actually, Carlos is going to.
All right. Yes, sir, because we're going to be talking to you more. Thank you. Yeah, we're not done getting the ideas out of your brains. All right, thank you all for reconvening. Let's get back to business here. As I promised, we would have a member of the Public Service Commission staff. We've got Rudy Stegemeller, who is a senior policy advisor. Is that a correct title?
Special assistant for energy.
Special Assistant for Energy Policy. He's another energy policy smarty pants, and he's got this amazing sort of ability to understand these issues. Every conversation I've had with him has also been interesting. So on behalf of all of us, I want to thank him for joining us and hope he takes those thanks back to the rest of the staff, because they're doing great work, as Audrey already mentioned. But Rudy, this is your chance to, with as much narrative as you'd like to in reporting, also directly engage with our panelists and ask them a question or two about what they've laid out for us. So I'll let you guys move the microphone around and take it from there.
Thanks, Carl. And thanks, everybody, for coming. I'm going to be very quick because I assume there's probably a lot of questions, and I don't want to preempt the audience questions. So just one quick reflection that jumps out at me from listening to these things is that we are confronting some potentially conflicting purposes, one being simplicity and one being complexity. So we have these vehicles that we set up in the early days, when there was essentially very little solar industry, and we create net metering, which is a fairly blunt instrument, but it's simple and you can use it and it's got predictable. And as Lena points out, simplicity at the customer side is essential, and we have to maintain that. Net metering was relatively simple for the industry side as well, and helps the industry get on its feet. Now we're moving towards a more complex, more volatile pricing system. As you saw from that slide on Maine, there's this long list of variables. Many of them are time variable. And so my first question is really, it's about the challenge that the industry faces, because as we move from simplicity to complexity, but we need to maintain simplicity for customers, the industry's got to absorb that additional complexity and volatility. And so my question really is the industry prepared to do that? And since we have one representative of the solar industry on the panel, so I would like to make sure that any other solar industry people in the audience have a chance to address that also.
But on behalf of all of them, Jamil,
I'll try my best.
No. You just get to start it. And David had something to do with some solar.
Well, yeah, David can
he
speak
can
from
back you up.
experience.
We're like Siamese
Absolutely.
twins right now.
There you go.
So I'll start by great question, actually. And one of the reasons why we particularly like net metering is because, and when I talk about transparency and stability, The reason why we like net metering is because it's reflective of retail rates that are decided within the context of a rate case, where all of the utility revenues and all of the costs, as well as the cost recovery mechanisms, are decided, with due process, where every stakeholder gets to bring their evidence in the broader context of that rate case. Once you remove the value that credit has away from that retail rate that is within the context of a rate case, you open it up to really interpretation by, once you isolate it, you open it up to a lot of interpretation. So, it could be higher, and some people could calculate that value to be higher than what a net metering retail rate credit would be. Some people could calculate that to be lower, and within the same location, within the same state, within the same grid, utility, what have you. So that's genuinely, if you were to boil down what my concerns are, which I believe is what the rest of the industry's concerns are with moving towards a value-based system, it's that you're basically making that credit completely a lot more subjective than what it currently is today. And I'll pass it to David if he has anything to add there.
I think the only thing I would add to that is simplicity rules when it comes to solar. When I got into the industry in 2008, we weren't really selling too many residential jobs at all. It was just mostly commercial. And the residential jobs are really going to the hedge fund manager with the Prius than anybody else. But then when solar leasing came around, there was a handful of companies that started doing solar leases that really simplified the process for the kitchen table sale. Once that process became simplified, what you're doing is you're taking an unknown product and making it simple for a homeowner to be able to say, yes, I want to sign on the dotted line. If that process is complicated and unknown at the time and a new territory for solar in New York, it's an impossible sale. You have to really get that motivated customer. So simplicity is important. And the other part is it's not just simplicity, but when we talk about a VOST model, one of the questions that come up and something that we really have to think about is this a static value? Is it a value that moves daily? Is it a value that moves annually? And that's one thing that can cause complications and make it a less simple process.
Sorry, if I could just follow that one up, because David brought up some really great points there. That sort of instability in value also makes it incredibly difficult to finance from a company's perspective. I'll leave it at that, actually.
Richard, you talked about a little of this because you had a slide where you sort of stacked up how the compensation scheme is set for solar today, and you argued that it should not be done that way with all the tax stack and all that stuff. So, yeah, your response in that.
Okay. First, I would like to qualify the variability of the value is okay. It varies, but it's not volatile. I don't see it as being a volatile thing. It's going to evolve as a function of penetration and other things, but it's not going to move day to day. It's going to move year to year, and you can actually build a framework that's a 20-year decaying rate or even a flat rate. And so there is no volatility. I cannot think of anything that would make it volatile in the first place. And second, for customer interface, I mean, the biggest markets in the world by far, Germany, Italy, they're all into a feed-in type mechanism, which would be kind of a value of solar feed-in. They grew incredibly. They are orders of magnitude bigger than what we're experienced to in the US. So I don't see any boogeyman around the corner if we are to switch the framework of thinking here.
Lena's leaning in.
No, I just wanted to chime in on this one too. I think to me this is just a really tough question because exactly as Rudy has said and others, customers need to see a really simple price signal. But I also think if we go back to the basics a little bit and just look at how the system overall, not talking specifically about value of solar, but very broadly, when you look at all distributed resources and how the whole system really is changing, I think we have to understand that the system is becoming more complex as you have more and more and more actors involved, third-party providers, all types of distributed resources, it is becoming more complex. And also, because of all of those new technologies and because of changing customer choice, both what customers are needing and the options that they have are becoming a lot more diverse. So if those two things are happening, then our view would be, and my view would be, that to some extent, we have to begin to have more granular ways of sending signals. Now, the challenge then is what you do about that. If that kind of needs to happen to some extent, maybe not all the way towards, as granular as you possibly could get, but if pricing has to become more granular, then how do you balance that with the need for simplicity? And I think that speaks to things like the role of aggregators and the role of third parties in managing the complexity so that customers don't have to, for example, and a variety of things like that. So I don't have all the answers, and no one really does, but to me that's really the trick, is in how you translate what is becoming a more complex system to something that still is simple when it's facing the customer.
So that's a good point. David, do you want to add something? Well, I'll let Oscar go first because you already had one shot. It's my job to moderate. So.
Just very quickly on this, and I appreciate everyone's comments, but one thing to be very careful about comparing New York or US to Germany or Italy is we have to be very careful, because the driving forces for electricity prices and energy and politics there and the markets, how things work over there is quite different than how things work over here. So I think what we're looking in the city is, as we all talk about simplicity, complexity, but simple to the customer. Whatever happens behind the scenes in terms of complexities, I think has to be resolved, and then the customer should only see a few simple options and not just one, probably a few options, so they can understand and make a decision. That's what that was.
David, yes, sir.
I was just going to add to what Lena was talking about, in that we need to talk about credibility and transparency with these prices as well. And if we're going to talk about, complexity and simplification, we need to start thinking about how we're going to digitize this information and creating a statewide platform so that this information is not only available for developers and solar customers, but that it adds a credibility factor to these values.
Okay. I'll give you a second chance, but I'll take the moderator's prerogative, since I have a little reputational skin in the value of solar game. Just a couple of quick points to remember. First of all, I've only decided or sat on a few hundred rate cases, but never have I ever heard a commissioner, or have you heard a commissioner say, I'm voting for these retail residential rates, and when I do, I'm keeping in mind that this is going to be the compensation rate for distributed solar. Okay, that just doesn't happen. And that has been the sort of the nature of the dispute, right, that's going out there, is that rough justice thing is that appropriate in a world in which we can understand these values better? Whether or not we have a different tariff design is another question that we're going to have to get to in track 2, how that's done. But there are two parts to the question. Question number one is, do we understand what the value is? Or is it safe to use a proxy value? Is it appropriate to use a proxy value for simplicity, for ease of administration, for customer understanding? Or must we do more and behind the scenes have a more complex product, because there might be good policy reasons for doing that? And the second thing I'll tell you is that we also already have in the tool bag some mechanisms to deal with sort of volatility and stuff, right? We change base rates here every couple of years, some places longer. When I was in Austin and put in the value of solar, we hadn't changed base rates in 18 years. That was a lot of regulatory lag. That's what happens when you have a comprehensive energy efficiency program. But when, that meant all our solar customers were years behind on fair compensation for their solar, because the base rates hadn't been adjusted in all those years. But we have mechanisms like fuel factors, in some markets where we've recognized that financial integrity requires, short-term adjustments. We do the same thing with decoupling and revenue adjustment in other states. So we have tools. We can just figure out, we're ultimately going to have to figure out which tools do we use in order to support the emergence of these markets. So, all right. That's just my 2 cents, but you're next.
Well, why don't I move on? That was my hard question, so now I have a nice softball, which is, we've been thinking and talking primarily in terms of individual customers with an individual solar installation. Can you talk a little bit about opportunities for shared solar, whether it's orchestrated by a local government or a not-for-profit or a private for-profit corporation?
Sure, I can. Want to go into this?
Please.
Shared solar is an interesting hot topic right now. When you say shared solar, you can think about a couple things, right? You can think about the new PSC order that's community net metering. In my opinion, that has going to be an extremely positive impact on the solar industry. And I think that community net metering is a solution to so many problems that we have now in solar, as well as something that could really dovetail into REV in a very, very great way. And so, it's going to it broadens the demographic of participants who can access solar. Many and all ratepayers can now partake in solar. The low to moderate income is really benefiting from that. It severely lowers the incentive that they're going to use to build a larger array to service many smaller customers. So I think that you're going to have a huge impact of community net metering in New York State.
Yeah. I'd like to add on to that. I'd say, I personally am very excited about the community net metering proceeding, but even more so from the perspective of the industry, I think it's a huge opportunity for industry players to actually find new customers that would have otherwise previously not been able to participate. And I think it's also a really big opportunity to resolve a lot of the issues with net metering in terms of inclusion and regressiveness.
Yeah, Richard, please.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of virtual or community-based stuff. What I'm not in agreement with is the net metering at the end. Virtual or community value of solar would be great, and in fact it could be engineered very easily for the customers, as long as that community system would reflect the value where you build it and not build a community somewhere where. So that would be the reality check for me, that it be community value of solar and not community net metering.
Right, I just want to expand on that, and I think community net metering enhances that more than it detracts from it, because now you can put a 2-megawatt project in a strategic zone and offset the electricity from somebody who's not in a strategic zone. And also with community net metering, it'll probably reflect what the certain tariff is at that time. So whether it's net metering or a VOST model, I could see it dovetailing into either.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess my only little added comment to that is it's not just sort of the cost, but it's the opportunity cost. If you fix a rate that's based on someplace else, you may not have the strong incentives to go prospecting for those high-value locations. And we want to make sure we encourage that to happen for the best locations of these shared solar or shared renewable or clean energy facilities. And by the way, in Connecticut, the recent report, they just called them shared clean energy facilities, because although it's starting with solar, there's so many different ways we can do this that's worth considering. More, sir? All right, we've got a bunch of questions from the audience, and I don't have a way to prioritize them, but some of them are already sort of being answered. But one of the things that sits here on valuation that's most challenging is the so-called externalities, right? And as I mentioned earlier on, this debate, we've been having a debate about how to internalize externalities and what the right numbers are forever. And, on the one side, it's too speculative to internalize. On the other side, the most wrong number is 0, right? And so somewhere between there, we're still having these discussions. The big dog in the room is carbon. And carbon, not only for carbon's sake, but because it's related to sort of greenhouse gases, but also it turns out that a lot of the other stuff comes along with it, NOx and SOx oftentimes and other issues. So the hard one is figuring out how and whether rates, prices, ultimate prices in our REV world should have to express the value of carbon, the long-lived benefit and risk associated with continuing to pump greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. So, going to the tough one first. How do we solve carbon when we do the successor to net metering and distributed energy resource rates? Who wants to take a shot?
I'll go
All right,
first.
go.
So
Good.
this is, again, like one of the issues in doing these sort of valuation studies. I mean, different participants will look at different values of carbon. Some participants will say that carbon is inherent in the price of electricity because New York is a member of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. Well, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative prices carbon at about, I think the last clearing price was $4.50. 541, okay. 542, anyone?
Gimme.
But the EPA actually prices carbon at closer to $39 a ton. And if you think about it, different from NOx and SOx, carbon is actually a global emission. So theoretically, it should have a global cost. But in the context of valuing it within these rates, what value do you choose? Whose economic analysis do you use, and what impact factors do you use there? So.
Wait a minute. I asked the same question. What do we do?
Well, I just listed what my concerns are with that.
Yeah. So no, that's fair, and it is complicated exactly that way. It's easier to get wrong than to get right, except if you choose zero, though. That's what the externalities guys say back to you, right? So others?
Maybe there's an opportunity for a range. Maybe there's an opportunity, just like we do with time of day, maybe there's an opportunity to not stick to this one number and continue to evolve. Maybe there's you start somewhere and then you keep evolving and changing, and I think it's going to have to be part of the equation. And then, let me just go back, and this conversation came up with LEED, and I don't know how many of you know about LEED, Green Building System, but when we first started LEED, it was about 1 point for bikes, 1 point for for saving 5% of energy. It was exactly the same. And then there was a lot of studies that we did, and the version 4, I think 2009, had a little bit more carbon incorporated into the points. So carbon associated, reductions associated with each of those points were, again, looked against each other. And some people said, why are we using just carbon? And I feel like it's a deja vu right now. Why are we using carbon, and why are we not using other things? Can we incorporate other things? And at the end, we decided, let's just start with carbon, and we'll add other things to the point value system. And I guess the point is just, let's start somewhere. We have to value carbon somehow. But the framework should be flexible enough to make room for us to change and evolve and into the future. And maybe the first year we do one number, and then in a couple of years, as the market responds to that, maybe it's another number, and maybe we change the weighting of carbon in the price. Maybe it's X% now, and then in the future it's X% increases or decreases. I think those are some of the things we need to look at. But there is definitely room for carbon value in the prices. It's just, I think we have to be open and flexible about how that is, and equation has to be changeable, but it has to be in the equation. I don't know if I answered anything.
Yeah,
but
no,
here you
well, yes, Rich, go ahead, yes.
So another take on the issue. Carbon, we're already paying for it when it's in the solar income stream already. It's via the ITC that's going away. The 30% cliff that's coming, it's a big cash flow for solar systems. And that represents all the externalities, all the non-net metered energy ratepayer
that's
stuff.
an
It
interesting
comes from
approach.
the ITC. It's going away. We're already paying for it, and we better engineer it soon enough into a value of solar stuff, because taxpayers are already forking the 30% tax credit, and it's a nice way of putting carbon in there.
I'm sorry, I have to push back on that one because I don't see a calculated value of externalities within 30%. 30% is too round of a number, and that
It's a
changes
dumb
with
number.
the cost of
Yeah.
a system.
I agree 100% with
So,
you. It's a really dumb number,
I mean, if
but
it-
it's made up for
Right.
everything else that's non-energy stuff.
Well, it does
That's why
point to an interesting discussion, which is that if the Congress set the ITC based on an attempt to try to capture values that aren't directly reflected in the price, it would be a legitimate use because externalities are by definition a market failure. So, as I was saying earlier on, compensation and incentives are two different things. And if they had done that, or if they replaced it with something that was based on an attempt to come up with that, what the hell, I'm talking about Congress, never mind. So,
But you can
Right,
see
yeah.
you can see the complexity of this, and
Yes.
as much as I know we're discussing this in the context of New York, you have to be mindful of the fact that other states are watching New York because of its leadership in energy and watching what New York's going to do with net metering as well.
Let
So-
me put a sharp point on this. Is it appropriate then for the New York Public Service Commission to recognize in setting the value or approving tariffs that the DSP will offer someone when they put in solar? Is it appropriate to say, and by the way, take a shot at figuring out what this carbon thing is worth, like that value of solar study in Maine? Is that an appropriate use of the regulatory authority, given what we know about the federal government and the complexities of the market and all those sorts of things? That's the tough one.
I won't comment on what's appropriate for the commission to do.
Yeah, we
because-
all do.
but
Everybody
I will
else
say,
does.
I will say that the complexity arises when you try to replicate this model elsewhere, and particularly in states like Florida, where the discussion of climate change isn't even allowed within the context of state
Yeah, right.
government, and
literally,
and
you're
Texas,
not allowed to
right,
say climate change in
right.
Florida.
So the issue sort of, I guess the only advice that I would have for the commission is just to be mindful of how other states will try to take a successful framework and completely destroy it.
Anybody else want to respond quickly? Is it appropriate, or in responding to that question? And then I'm going to get some more audience questions. Yes, Rudy? Did you want to answer that? You were
I
going to
wanted
talk
to
about
answer
something
the
different.
first question, not the appropriate
Okay,
question.
okay.
But
Good,
no, I
fair
just wanted to
enough.
make a comment.
That I
I can't
understand.
I can't answer the question, but my observation is that I think this goes to the point I was making earlier about the tension between complexity and simplicity. For simplicity's sake, we take an input-based approach and we'll fight like hell over what the number is, and then we'll have $1 per ton and just go with it.
Right.
A more nuanced approach would be a more outcome-based approach and say, what is the goal? What is our goal? What is our carbon goal? And the value of any particular DER is relative to the goal, and it's also relative to the other means that we have of achieving that goal. So,
It's an interesting approach. There is a bit of a trap there, right?
Right.
Which is that solar, for example, is not the cheapest way to get
Correct.
carbon. So like
correct.
RPSs that don't differentiate between technologies, you can be awash in the cheap stuff and then never get the other stuff. And then we start talking about segments and all that. So Lena, were you wanting to say something or? No. Yes? Okay.
I will.
I'm sorry, I thought.
No, that's
couldn't tell
okay.
if you were-
I was just deciding how I want to answer it, because I think this is one of the hardest questions, and I'm also not going to comment on what the commission should do. But on the broader point about carbon, I think, does carbon have a real value? Yes. And the question is then how you actually address that and what you do about it. And that's the much harder part. I don't know really the right way to calculate the dollar per ton value of carbon, but there are a lot of smart people out there who are thinking about it. And so in the absence of my knowing definitively, my tendency would just be to go really look and try and understand some of the very, very credible, be they federal government or other expert views on what that actual dollar per ton should be. So that's step 2. And then step 3 is what you then do with that value. If you actually translate it into a price, if you do what Rudy offers, which is think about it in terms of outcome-based regulation, or if you consider it more to be an incentive. So you could translate that value directly through to a price, or you could say, as some have done, that, and to Richard's point about, does the ITC to some extent reflect the idea of carbon reduction? You could say the same about net metering. It's kind of a blunt instrument, but one of the reasons is that it's also trying to reflect the fact that we value solar for a variety of reasons other than the directly monetizable energy and other benefits that it creates. So, the other option is to then look at how do you just create an incentive that goes along with the solar that's maybe some combination of investment tax credits or energy credits that are meant to somehow reflect the fact that there are societal benefits beyond just energy and capacity. So I also don't have an answer really to the second or the third part of my comment, but that's the process I would think through.
Well, the process is important. A couple of people have been raising the topic of other resources besides what we've been sort of saying is solar PV. And they sort of imply, not putting words in their mouth, but it's sort of we've chosen a really tough one, right? We've chosen one that while it's popular and charismatic, it also has pretty low capacity factor, and the output is controlled by nature, and we don't get to dispatch it, and all those kinds of things. Would we be better off trying to think of going towards value-based stuff with other kinds of resources, solar thermal, or to translate the benefit cost analysis approaches that we've used with energy efficiency to try to take our first efforts in value-based pricing? Is there any wisdom in that, or should we just stick with this one because everybody's interested in it? Yeah.
Just a quick comment on this. Solar PV, it's true that it is a painful process to go through, but the benefits in the future with the energy efficiency connection is what I see anyway. Right now, the capacity turnaround is low because you lose a lot of the energy in inverters. What if in the future, as we move into LED lights, as we move into most of our electronics are DC, are there opportunities for solar to not even be inverted in the future in some of the places where we can actually use direct current directly and not lose as much of the power? We're not there yet, but the panels, I think as long as they're there, they will be easily adaptable to go back to that. But I think I see few decades down the line, I think we're going to have to do some of those changes.
Well, maybe sooner, right? Storage
Maybe.
of solar is raising
true.
those same issues. Systems solutions and systems approaches to valuation as opposed to considering our technologies in isolation. Richard?
Yeah. First, a comment on the inverters. They are 98% efficient today, so there is not much more to gain. We're already almost there. So for me, that's not an issue at all. The thing is that solar is different from everything else because you look at the slide, it's much bigger. It's going to be our main supply of energy forever. Not today, but 20 years from now, it's going to be it. So we have to build for it in a smart way. Efficiency is a demand-side stuff. Solar is a supply-side stuff, and we have to recognize it as it and plan for it. And, I mean, it's unavoidable. So doing it intelligently to begin with and coupling it with everything that's going to make it smarter. In fact, there are many studies out there, very well done, that tells you can do 100% solar in New York, in the US, if you couple it in a very smart way with grid interconnection, with storage, and the catalyst of all is not being afraid of curtailment of solar.
Right.
And if you put it all together, you get with a LCOE of 10 cents, 15 cents per kilowatt hour, 100% solar, nothing else. And that should be our goal.
And
You're going to say you're on board with the curtailment of solar?
I think, yeah, absolutely, actually.
I wanted to see
when it
how
comes
that
to
did,
when
'cause
it comes
he said
to
you have to not be afraid of curtailing solar in order to
absolutely
fully.
when it comes to dynamic load management and to go back to your capacity question, I think
Right.
this touches on a point that Lena made in her presentation, where she said, we should look at west-facing panels, which at the moment will provide the greatest benefits in some networks. But I think it takes the short view, because the long view is that you want your demand to be as elastic as your supply when it comes to renewable energy. So I think that's the way that we should be capturing capacity, is not assigning a value to the solar portion, but to catalyze new markets for storage and dynamic load management that actually makes that supply and demand more in line with each other.
Yeah, and I agree with that completely. I think that this is a really important point of, we're talking about solar, and the industry across the U.S. is talking about solar because the costs have come down so much, and it's the resource that is really, the focus right now of a lot of customers and others. So, it's maybe kind of the first one that drives these conversations, but in fact, there's a whole suite of distributed resources, and Carl, sort of went through the list at the very beginning of his presentation, and Jamil has just referenced them as well. The cost of storage is coming down really dramatically, and demand response can be very, very cost effective. And there are all these different technologies, electric vehicles and others. And so I think that when we talk about the value of resources and the effects on pricing, it's important to really consider that, not just in a technology-specific way, not just for solar, but in fact for all distributed resources, and how we make sure that we're appropriately signaling the value and then letting customers and third-party providers decide what suite of technologies they want to pull together to really address that value. And if it's a combination of solar and storage and demand response, there are lots of business models popping up right now that are taking that form, that allow for this really creative optimization of the value that can be provided to the grid, and ways to really maximize the value of solar in that. And it's important to think about those things together, because if you look at just a value of solar and then you have a different rate structure for electric vehicles, and this is happening in California, someone who has solar and an electric vehicle, those price signals might sort of cancel each other out, and that's not really helpful. And so it's critical to start thinking about value generally, not in a technology-specific way.
Quick question, you can do this by nods, shake of the head, or just yes or no. Do we have to build out the smart grid to make this all work first? Do we have to have smart meters everywhere and DADMS fully deployed and all that stuff on the ground in order to get to this point where we're realizing value? Yes? No?
Certain portions of it, yes.
Certain portions.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, okay, a little bit, but we don't have to go whole hog and get a full smart grid in order, the chicken and egg problem is where I'm going.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
I'm more concerned with the billing issues right now and how we're going to handle that than I am
Yeah.
a smart grid for the first step.
Right, you mean the billing issues for when solar customers have these credits or?
That's exactly right, yeah.
Yeah, my experience is most utilities hand bill their first few thousand solar customers.
I think most of it's done manually at this point.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Was somebody else wanting to say something? I don't want to cut you off, or I'm going to go to another. So, maybe, somebody asked this question, and I think maybe we take this for granted, so I just want to be very clear here. The entire premise of our system was economically efficient marginal cost pricing. That's what we did in the wholesale sector, especially. That was the premise of all the FERC orders. And we tried to incorporate costs appropriately. The dream is all costs internalized and accurately reflected in our avoided cost calculations. And then we're also talking about value-based pricing. So here's the question. Is there a difference? I mean, if you did avoided cost pricing right, and you got all your values in a full marginal cost analysis, is that where it meets value pricing? Or is there still something fundamentally different? Yes.
Maybe. And what I will say is, in avoided costs, let's say, I'm hoping I understood the question correctly, first of all, but if you are talking about deferred capital and all of that, this is great for the utilities, but as I mentioned in my presentation, we in this administration really care about the equity. So we want to make sure whatever investments or incentives go towards avoided cost type of incentives and values doesn't disincentivize other customers who may not be in the right place at the right time. So making sure that everyone gets equal access. So what I'm trying to say, I guess, is maybe there's no additional need for capacity in a certain location, and utility doesn't need to do any capital investment there, but we want to make sure those customers also have the opportunity to get clean power. I don't know if that's the part of the question, but we want to make sure we capture that scenario as well.
I think that is raised by the question, but let's hear some other responses because it leads me to a follow-on as well.
Well, I have to respond to everything here, but
Yeah, no, it's all right.
I mean, I think there's a big opportunity for looking at time of use pricing, not necessarily because solar doesn't have the same marginal cost that a generator with a drivetrain and a fuel cost has, obviously. But the consumption at the endpoint does have some sort of marginal price that should be reflected. And I think there's another one of these seances in a couple of weeks on that. Am I correct?
I think there is one on dynamic pricing and time managed pricing. Yeah. Anybody want to add onto that?
I was just going to add to your thought about making sure that all customers are going to have equal value and that they'll be able to participate in clean energy, and that's yet another opportunity for community net metering. And I think that community net metering, I could probably say this every single question, is the answer to so many problems, and I think it's an answer to one of these.
Right. It's that in another life I sit on the board of IREC. We did that report where I think it's like 1 out of 4 homes is actually qualified to have solar on their roof.
It varies by location greatly, but
Right.
25% is pretty high.
Yeah. So shared clean energy facilities is a solution.
Community net metering and what the commission just ordered, which was allowing utilities to actually start serving low-income market segments actually within this context.
Right.
Yeah.
That raises my follow-on question, which is equity. How does this, it's funny in this world. In some cases, we're perfectly willing to have people with disposable income pay relatively high prices for things, believing that the cost will come down. Mm-hmm. But if you read a lot of the trade press around solar, that's a horrible thing. I don't know why. But it's a bad thing that there are customers out there willing to put their own hard-earned money into a solar system to start helping solar become more affordable and put more of it out there and produce some of these benefits. And a lot of that has led to this debate about what's it worth when somebody installs solar. But there is a reality. If we load up that solar with incentives or unjustified compensation or excessive compensation, to just put some value-laden terms on it, theoretically that cost has to go somewhere else, right? And it might be distributed throughout the system, or the payback might come back over time. Those main numbers were a 25-year levelized stream, right? So some of those benefits are definitely at the tail end, just as they are at the front end. If we are going on value and introducing this potentially subjective aspects of this, or the variable aspects of this, is there any hope for, quote, equity, or is that even a real issue? How do we be fair in this?
When I think about the value of solar, I also think about what affects the investment in a solar system. And affecting payback, realistically, one of the biggest factors is the future cost of electricity and what natural gas is going to do. And I think that in its own is going to be, getting New York Sun to be a self-sustaining industry is going to have to rely on electrical costs actually rising from where they are today. So I think of that first.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Other responses to it? It's not easy, right?
It's not easy, but to me, it's also very clear. When you are looking at, having high-income people have solar installations, it kind of sends out a message that solar is only for the, if you have the money, then you have the solar. This is the cool thing to do.
Right.
And it actually makes the green energy kind of is only for the 1%, and then the rest is kind of, it's unreachable for them. But for our grid to work, in order for resiliency and also for our carbon emissions, we must take, 1% does not have enough roofs to put solar to actually have impact our goals and actually help us get there. And also the residual costs that come from health-related issues, the productivity, the reduction in productivity, those are all real costs that comes from the 99% that has a whole lot of roofs. Why don't we take advantage of every roof that we have to make it possible? And I think this is where community net metering might help. Those people who have a lot of money can actually make the maybe installations in somewhere else, and make it available to the communities that might actually benefit from it more. I think that I think possibilities are endless. I think we just have to keep our options and horizons open to make it happen.
Lena?
I agree with you.
Yeah, just a couple things to add to this. One is, I think the principle should always be in the electricity sector to minimize unintentional cross-subsidization, right? But it is also the case that cross-subsidization has always existed in a variety of ways in the electricity sector. And the key is just to not make it unduly burdensome or unfair, and it needs to be done in a way that achieves the policy objectives that are set out. So I guess I'm just trying to say that we want to be really aware of fairness issues and make sure, but in a couple ways. One is that we want to not overly burden anyone. We want everyone to kind of pay their fair share to the extent that that makes sense. But then also separately, we want to look for ways to make solar available very broadly. And there have been a couple studies that have come out recently that show that really it's mostly median income customers who are putting solar on their roof, and that in partly has been enabled by solar leasing and these types of models that make solar available to a much wider group of folks. And then also the question is, what else can be done to make solar accessible, be it community solar or other structures, to make it accessible to everyone, to all customer groups. Yeah. And there's a lot, I think, of creative thinking that really could be done around that, right? So I think it's those two parts, is one, understanding really is there a cross-subsidization happening, to what extent, and then, what do we do about that? But then secondarily, how do we develop new approaches and strategies that make solar accessible very, very broadly?
This was
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. This was the last subtle point that I made in my presentation, which is this is what I'm hoping that will be the product of the REV proceeding, where one of the reasons for this quote cross-subsidization is because of the guaranteed returns, revenues that our utilities are granted in rate of return regulation. But as we move away from that towards performance-based regulation, infrastructure as a service, other models that we're starting to see now, that conversation really changes. And looking at rate reform as well, a rate design reform, even within the context of net metering, I think will be an important point on how how every customer pays their quote fair share.
Right.
Yeah. Rate design is going to be very important. This is a major issue for us, the equity issue, and it actually comes in two forms. There's the most obvious form of that some customers who don't don't own roofs or, living in rental housing, whatever, don't have the opportunity to participate. More long-term, there are just the macroeconomic effects of taking the blunt instrument that's sort of economically challenged and bringing it up to scale on a very large scale. Those macroeconomic effects also create equity concerns for us. So the community net metering is something that we're moving forward with, but I think it's a near-term relief valve from that equity issue. In the long term, as long as whether it's a community net metering or a solo net metering, if somebody else is picking up some of the missing money, and this goes out to a very large scale, then that equity problem is still there because somebody has to pay for the missing money. So we have a luxury here because we're not, other states are much closer to hitting the wall on this. California, for example, and I think we have the luxury of spending a little time figuring out how to do this. The answer is not to hit the brakes hard and just stop because we see inequity. The answer is to make it better, and we have a little bit of time. So that's what we're trying to do.
It seems the paradigm is kind of constraining. As long as we're working with average rates within a rate class and anybody changes their consumption to below the average number, somebody's going to scream that they're not doing their fair share of carrying the weight. And the assumption is not in coming up with solutions to make everybody consume the average amount in the rates, which sounds like a very socialistic approach to me, but rather to kind of question the idea of average rates. When I first started at Austin Energy, I said to my staff, we're not going to do this, but assume our rates were 10 cents per square foot per month, or some number, right? That's it. So you live in 1,000 square feet, you're going to have $10 a month, and that's our revenue from then on. Do you care if a customer's been helped to use less or use more? I mean, the incentive completely shifts. What if it's revenue per customer that the utility gets? Then we won't care about, the fact that the rate class is not supporting its sales anymore, and I have to make it up by spreading it to those who haven't figured out how to reduce their sales. Are these ideas on the table for possibly getting to the point where the distribution system platform provider can, or should they be on the table, for whether the platform provider can actually provide service in an atmosphere that encourages all these solutions?
Well, I look to Rudy, and I'm really interested to hear what he says about this.
Yeah,
but
I'm betting he's going to take the fifth on this one, but they're open to all ideas.
But
my version of taking the fifth is to say that everything's on the table.
There you
Yeah,
go.
but to put that question in a very real sense, these issues are not subject or not isolated to net metering. These issues are subject to anyone who consumes less energy.
That's right.
Through any means, whether it be LED light bulbs, deep energy retrofits, or the like. So, this is not a solar issue.
Well, this is, RMI,
That's correct.
Amory was leading this conversation. We used to say we should be managing to bills, not rates, right? That's what we should be managing to. So is that what all this valuation stuff brings? We're not going to have true market valuation of these distributed energy resources until the driving paradigm is not varied by consumption levels?
So if I could quickly say that since my office pays for the energy bills for the 4,000 buildings for the city, our bill hasn't changed over the years so much. We've saved greenhouse gas emissions, though, 19%. Meaning we are reducing our consumption, but we are not seeing it in our bills as much. It changes a little bit here and there, but we are not seeing it. So I think it's something to. So the good news is if we haven't done all these programs and reduced our consumption, it could have been worse. But when am I gonna see the relief on those bills? So I think it's real for us because we keep investing and we are looking to do all these things. And I think as the government in the city, we have the responsibility to do these things and lead by example. But also I think as government, we also want to show to our taxpayers and to our other government agencies that this thing works. Actually, you can see it in the bills. Look how much energy you saved. And you can now, in your home, the energy that you saved, you can maybe afford to buy something that you didn't think that you could buy before. So it's real is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Yeah, well, so I'm speaking generally, and as Lena pointed out, we have an electric industry and an economy that is riven with subsidies and cross-subsidies, and we certainly don't want to take one particular idea like net metering and just try to make it ultra-precise and just stomp it to death with precision. When we're in a world of rough justice, and that's another way of saying that we make policy judgments, and this will be approached in that manner.
All right, we're getting close to the end of the time, so what I'm going to do is allow my wonderful panelists, including Rudy, to, that could act as a sort of a closing comment if you wanted it to, but just an opportunity to say briefly anything you want to say in closing, as to tell us all what to do. This is your chance. I'll start from that end this time. David?
Well, I cannot tell you what to do because I'm so focused and pedaling really fast on what I can do. So I might go into that a little bit in not so much detail, but the fact of the matter is, our administration is really pro-solar, and I think that's a fantastic thing for the state. And, what's really important is that we scale this solar industry right now, because what we're essentially doing by scaling the solar industry is we're creating a web of early adopters, and those early adopters are going to have panels and solar electrical systems that are not only going to be early adopters, but be able to possibly be retrofitted for batteries and whatever other new technologies come along the way. So I think that's really important, that we're trying to get a running head start with the initiative right now for REV. And pave the way for building a streamlined infrastructure so that when REV comes to fruition, we've been successful in driving down the cost of solar, successful in creating a user base, and really, more importantly, creating a customer base that is going to be more open-minded to these changes and early adopters into REV.
Okay.
I'll only use two platitudes and say, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I'll also say that, net metering's been proven to work. It's used in 44 states now. It's really driven the industry across the nation. To the extent that there are concerns with portions of net metering, I think those can be solved within the context of REV, rate reform, and new utility business models.
Great. So we obviously support solar as well, but we also don't want to lose sight of other renewables. We want to make sure that let's not forget about the wind. It's hard to get wind in the city, although you would be surprised what you can get in the avenues. But there's opportunities there, I can see. So I think let's not forget that. Let's not forget other possible renewables. But yes, solar focus we appreciate. That's a long term, but in the short term, from the implementation point of view, there are some quick wins that we would appreciate seeing. Other than keeping an open mind and making sure all items are on the table, and I agree with the baby with the bath water, that's true. But in the short term, one real issue for me is that in order for me to reach 100 megawatts of solar, the 24 schools I'm doing is getting me 6 megawatts. So in order for me to just think about how many roofs I need to get to for 100 megawatts, right? I'm already doing studies on 74 of the rooftops to see if I can put out a PPA for that next year. But that's a lot of roofs, and that's a lot of contracts, that's a lot of SIRS, and that's a lot of process time for me per building. what can we do for people like me who need to implement large-scale aggregated installations? How can you help me move the process faster and quicker and make it easier so we can get to our goals and get those solar panels up on the roofs? And also, obviously, some of our roofs are going to be able to do 100 kilowatts, and some of them are going to be able to do 4 megawatts. I have large garages that I could put these solar panels on. How can you encourage the utilities make data available on their systems for me to be able to see where I'm going to run into interconnection issues, where am I going to have more easy time versus hard time, for me to be able to plan these installations. These are in the short term. It's very important for me to be able to resolve while we're looking into the future. Hopefully these short-term things will also be helpful in putting the framework together.
Richard, we still have a few minutes where I'm going to open it up to the audience, but I wanted to make sure that my panel got a chance to sort of say those things at the end of the moderated discussion. So,
Sure. So my 2 cents. First, I agree with the baby and bathwater. I mean, I was.
Why do we have such gruesome metaphors? So what is this, like all the tales of the Brothers Grimm or something?
Yeah. But I was maybe the third net metered customer in New York State in 1997.
Wow.
And I lobbied really, really hard to get that law passed back then. Since then, well, solar has grown, and I see the big picture more than the customer advantage that I saw then. Solar is a supply side stuff. We should never lose that from mind. It's not a demand side stuff. And net meter is a demand side tariff. And the sooner we make the transition from demand to supply, and solar is the supply of the future. We have to design the system to handle that. So that's my recommendation, that REV be aware of that. And it comes from a guy that was a staunch defender of net metering until 3-4 years ago, when I started to do high penetration stuff, and I realized that we're going to break the system if we hang on to net metering.
All right.
I'm just going to come back to a quote you reminded me of at the very beginning from RMI's fearless leader, which is, "In God we trust, all others bring data." And I think that's, I don't know, for me, a lot of this stuff about the value of resources, be it solar or any other distributed resource, there are a lot of unanswered questions and a lot of really tough choices and balancing acts around simplicity versus complexity, and around fairness, and around how to deal with externalities and all of these things, which are very real questions, and there's not an answer to any of them necessarily. And therefore, in the face of that, I think that what we as an industry have to really do and hold ourselves to is trying to really bring the facts to bear on all of these questions and really understand the foundation of what's going on and what is driving all of these different choices, and how do we understand the impacts of this choice versus that choice. And that's a place from which we can have really good discussions and debates about how to really move forward with it.
I'll just say thanks again for being here, and please stay
Don't-
involved.
You're not going anywhere, because we're going to have some
I
questions.
know, that's why I'm
All right.
not going to say any more. I'd love to hear questions.
Yep. All right. So we do have some time at the end for you guys to pop up with any questions, whether they're not moderated by me or translated by me. Anything burning? Okay, Dick? My fearless leader now, Dick Ottinger.
We're seeing around the country now, utilities and the Edison Electric Institute, or whatever you call it, wanting to kill solar, wanting to kill net metering. And how do we, and that's really, I guess, not very much what REV is about, how do we counter this? How do we make utilities comfortable with this new regime without raising rates so much that you really penalize people who don't have solar?
Yeah, go.
All right.
Any of you. All of you.
So the question was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. You can repeat it.
The question was, how do you align? Let me boil that down to how do you align incentives for utilities and the solar industry? Is that a fair characterization? Okay. So, I mean, and this is exactly what I've been saying. So, thank you for the T-ball right there. Is that a lot of these issues need to be solved through redesigning what the utility business model actually is, where rate of return regulation only incents the utilities to actually build more and then recover that through cost. Whereas if you look at, let's say take the Con Ed, and I know there's Con Ed people in the room, the Brownsville example is a perfect example where you can get more cost-effective solutions through third-party solutions and still, provide a profit center for the utility, but all you're doing is you're switching OpEx to, recovered OpEx to recovered CapEx. I switched that the other way around. But my point is that you can, rather than incenting the utility to continue to invest in its own capital, which in some instances can be more expensive than other solutions, you can actually pour that investment into third-party solutions. So you satisfy the lower cost for ratepayers, the more investment through third-party providers, and still provide a revenue for utilities. And that's only part of the solution. I mean.
Understand that under the proposal, the utilities are to be prohibited from investing in solar. And that, it seems to me, makes it much more difficult.
How does it square with the REV proposal that utilities be prohibited from investing in solar? Anybody want to take a shot at that or mention the fact that there are some exceptions?
Yeah, LMI is one of the exceptions on that. They're allowed to participate with low to moderate income households.
Okay.
I have an answer, Carl.
Okay.
The answer to the question is, as long as the deployment of capital is limited to cost recovery, the volume of capital deployed for the overall benefit will be minimized. And so the answer is the proceeding we're in is to move away from solely rewarding the distribution utilities by virtue of cost recovery. It is probably true, according to my analysis, that third-party DER owners and financiers can outinvest the utilities' routine investment subject to cost of recovery 20 or 30 to 1. So the answer is, to the extent that the investments in DER are conferring value on the utilities' operation of the system, we simply need to educate the utilities that we're all working collaboratively, which is what the REV is about. I could expand upon that, but I think what Dr. Amshir is talking about is the typical knee-jerk reaction against perceived revenue erosion in the future, and we're trying to fix that.
Right.
And fix that collaboratively. I could go on
Yeah.
for hours, but I think
No, I think that is the point. That is the point. Anybody want to say anything else, or I'm going to take another hand? Good. Okay, yes, sir.
Yes, in the future where solar is the main source of energy, how do we account for extreme events with very low probability? For instance, solar eclipse or extended weather. Do we need to oversize the storage
All right.
just to account for those low probability events?
All right, so basically, is there a hyperbolic sort of curve or something associated with high penetration of solar? I think I know someone who's modeled really high penetrations of solar. And no, you don't get to show the other 52 slides, Richard, but you can tell us what you've learned.
Yes. Okay. So first, you mentioned the eclipse that's coming to Germany. Everybody's up in hands about it. But you can predict eclipse 300 years in advance. You know when they are and where they're going to.
The Mayans figured that out, right? Yes.
And they last half an hour, and solar lasts. We can pass nights with solar, so we know how to handle a couple days without sun. So eclipse is just, it's like Y2K a little bit, you know? Everybody's running, but I don't think much will happen. I may be proven wrong. But for very high penetration, It's going to be an optimized basket of different solutions that will work really well. One will be enhanced interconnection. 2 will be storage. 3 will be load shaping and load management. I have a couple of really nice animation slides that show you what happens when you shape the load to match the resource. It's incredible what you can do. You can cut the storage needs by 3 or 4 just doing that. And with the advent of EVs and all that, and good synergy with wind is another solution. And the catalyst of them all is curtailment.
Right.
You put those 5 together, you do 100% solar with 100% reliability.
For the regulatory geeks, this is a Jim Lazar at RAP wrote this great paper about teaching the duck to fly, and sort of made the point of that silly duck curve from California, and how you take one attribute of an increased solar penetration and say, look at what it does to the system. And he says, but no, wait, the basket is full of many more tools that you can deploy to choke that duck or whatever it is, kill that duck or teach it to fly or whatever you need to do to get through those problems. It is a system solution. Other responses on the high penetration or any?
Well, I mean, one of the slides I was showing during the presentation with the New York Prize, it really addresses a lot of this topic, and, you know, the whole idea of, you know, looking at the microgrids for an entire community or a small community addresses many of those issues as far as resiliency and peak shaving and load management. So, you know, that is one of the goals of New York Prize, is to tackle that issue.
Right.
And to steal generously from one of my colleagues who presented at the New York Best conference 2 days ago, optionality is key. You know, you want solar was just the center of generation, but you want, you know, from our perspective, you want the entire supply and demand to be of similar flexibility and elasticity.
Just to make sure we're staying a little bit on topic then, so the value received for solar should be lower than the value received for solar matched with storage in the appropriate cases. And so what you bring to the table should ultimately sort of drive the value you receive.
Well, the best configuration that we can think of is actually giving different markets to different kinds of technology. So for solar, for PV only, we like net metering. For storage, you can have, I'll do storage last, but for smart inverters, let's say you can do ancillary services. Right. For dynamic load management, you can do capacity and energy and ancillary services. For storage, you could do a hell of a lot of things.
Right, and you're not worried about that increasing complexity in the tariff books for our basic principle of ease of administration and simplicity? Or do you see the customers differentiating themselves?
My response to that is not all DERs are created equally.
Yeah. Okay, any others? Okay, audience, yes ma'am.
Yeah, hi, thank you for the panel, it's really been fascinating. I guess I'm not understanding one thing, which is why so little focus on wind, and I ask that only because I know, for example, there was a wind project off the coast of Long Island in Montauk, 30 miles out. People had been working on it for years, and it recently was mixed. And is there some sort of bias in the state about solar versus wind? I'm not understanding why it can't be everything. I mean, I know technically the grid is the grid, but
I'll say I think what's probably driving it in the context of this conversation is our focus on distributed energy resources. And while there are some really good opportunities for small wind turbines in rural locations, we don't have a lot of opportunity for, right now, we don't have a lot of demand for distributed wind. We think of it mostly as a main tier resource, a large utility scale resource. And there's a pretty sophisticated wholesale market for that. Now, that's an oversimplification because, you know, as Ozgam said and pointed out, there are some interesting places where you can put wind in a distributed context. Let me just ask this. Any major adjustments in other distributed resources to sort of what you've been thinking that you want to express? I mean, Jamila, you just kind of picked up on a little bit of that. It says, well, other DER is created differently. Let's say distributed wind. Does this change any of this? Do you have a different slide deck for distributed wind, Richard, that looks substantially different?
No, But distributed wind is small
Okay.
stuff. So if we want to solve a big problem, get rid of carbon, it's distributed solar. There is no other
Yeah.
way. Centralized wind is big, and it's one of the enablers of solar. In fact, if you have offshore wind in New York City, it's going to help solar tremendously. And so, but distributed wind, it's kind of it's very tiny compared to distributed solar.
All right, that's the technical potential argument. Anybody want to add to that? All right, yes, ma'am.
Just to follow, how would the offshore wind help solar? And also, are you aware that they're talking about using it as a dike because it occupies that the windmills off the coast that actually hold the ocean back?
No, I did not.
Yeah, I'm aware of that aspect, and I can tell you precisely how it would help solar because we published about it 2 years ago, and it's on my website. The solar is really good at peak shaving because solar creates the peak in the first place through heat waves, so there is a natural synergy there. But solar tends to go away a little bit before the end of the peak, so you're left with the evening. And it turns out that offshore wind is really good at picking up the slack because offshore wind is created by sea breezes, which are also driven by heat waves. So there is such a good synergy between offshore wind and on-roof PV in New York City that you can have nearly 90% capacity credit if you put the two together. Solar would have only 55, wind alone would have only 40. But you add the two together and you have really a very strong resource.
This sounds like important factors for our ISO, our independent system operator, to contemplate as we achieve our high renewables penetration, low carbon penetration goals, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
and just a reminder that a very large part of, a very large goal of REV is demand response and dynamic load management. I doubt that there is any combination of clean renewable generation that will somehow match an uncontrolled, uncoordinated demand curve. That we have to bring, I think one of you said it recently, we have to bring the demand control and the supply curve together because they ultimately have to be balanced. So the complementarity of renewable generation and demand response is really important.
Yep.
Did you want to finish your
Lena,
thought,
then
Rudy?
I'll
Before I steal the mic away from you?
Yeah, you're done.
I was just going to echo that about demand response, which is that, so we did a lot of modeling in Reinventing Fire about an 80% renewable electricity system in the U.S. across kind of all the different balancing areas. And, you know, people ask all the time, in order to make a big wind and big solar system work, don't you need a tremendous amount of storage? And, you know, I think the real trick of it is what Rudy is saying, which is that what you need is flexibility, and there are lots of sources from which that can come. And in fact, demand response is probably one of the cheapest, easiest ways to do that. And so really focusing in on how you incentivize that type of distributed resource too is massively complementary to solar and to wind as well.
That's good.
What I just wanted to say is earlier in my presentation, I did mention technology agnostic. I think as the PSC, this is one recommendation if I could make. As the framework gets pull itself together a little bit more, it will be very important that, you know, whatever technology becomes available should be able to fit in seamlessly. Solar right now is the answer. Maybe something else will come up later. But if somebody also wants to add wind, maybe it's not a big of a penetration, but it shouldn't be prohibited to be combined to make it work. But I think right now with the technology we have, probably solar is our biggest opportunity. But as long as we set the framework to be open for other technologies, we should be good.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, just
Yes.
real quick, that a lot of people sometimes think how, you know, unreliable solar can be, but the reality is it's very reliable source of energy. And if you think about it, on average, you're getting about 4.25 hours of sunlight in this latitude, and model it off that, you know, in our findings, you're going to be very, very, very close to actual versus predicted electricity. And as far as it working with wind and solar and wind combo, obviously it's a great combo. If you think about it, it's like, you know, if one day is getting around a track, it's a baton. You're handing the baton off to wind at night, so it's quite nice.
Right. There's a big difference between natural intermittence and predictability. Yeah, and we need to understand the terms. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I was wondering if the panel would address financing. because the Green Bank only does large projects. There's on-bill financing in some places, but not down here. How do we finance all this stuff?
Besides call Solar City? Sorry, that was too easy.
That's all right. Well, I guess as the only industry guy up here currently. I'll take that one. Financing is a big issue, obviously. It's what drives us to actually be able to do business, which is why we're married to net metering at the moment, because it's just something that works. It's something that the financiers are comfortable with. In terms of financing, I think the Green Bank has a great opportunity to look at providing services, not through grants, but through actual financial products in partnering with companies like SolarCity or any other energy technology company to try to expand the pie. Financing is actually the #1 question, so thank you for bringing that up.
It's a good point. Anybody else want to quickly respond?
Just to say, I think that is at the heart of the question I initially asked about a move from a sort of a blunt, simple method to something that's more nuanced, and that the industry's got to absorb that uncertainty or volatility, and that goes straight to the financing question. So it's a significant concern to us, and it's the reason why we're not just jumping off the high dive here. We're trying to take a very thoughtful approach to this.
Good.
Yeah, I was just going to say that financing is such a big subject that I can't just give it a quick answer, but it's something that's going to have to change and reflect from the ITC going from 30% to 20%. And obviously, companies like SolarCity have financing products like MyPower now, right? So they're getting ready for a leasing to financing model. My pleasure.
The gentleman back there, and then you, ma'am, will be next. Yep.
So I'm interested in the win-win part of this for utilities and consumers as well as society. My question comes down to utilities make money by either selling something or reducing their expenses to get their profit. And I think New York City pointed out you reduce consumption 20%, 19%, and yet you're still paying the same amount. So my question is this a zero-sum thing that we're working with? Basically we're selling to utilities, you get reduced cost, which is good, so you won't spend as much to do capital, maintain it, and that's one way. Or we're also going to look at, as a society, moving into electrification of vehicles and electrification of thermal, or how do you see this playing out so that there is the win-win overall? Because I just don't see, I think it's a dichotomy right now. Either consumers save and utilities lose money, or utilities make money and we pay more.
All right. The sustainability director should step into this one.
So quickly, what we're looking for is an increase in population over the years, and we're also looking for a lot more technology companies and other industries to come to the city and the state, I'm sure. So our capacity or our demand on energy will continue to increase as we are growing to become more electric-driven. How many of you have more than one device, like iPhone, iPad, i something? So I think we are actually consuming a whole lot more. So I think the utilities are looking at, okay, I have a whole lot more demand coming. How am I, we need to make investments. We need to increase that. So what I think this is supposed to do is to actually foresee what the demand increases coming up, and not necessarily have the utilities just continue to grow their assets, but instead be part of a more diverse energy ecosystem where consumers and utilities are both part of the equation to meet the demand. So we're not only looking for I guess we're becoming a little bit of a combination and not looking for the utilities to be answers to all our capacity question. Am I going in the right direction there?
Yeah, just real quick, Ron, the win-win question is really important, especially with REV. And what I think about when I hear win-win, I think about, well, we've got a grid infrastructure right now that's about 55% efficient, right? So how do we make the grid more efficient? Well, we need to take all the solutions and put them on the table and figure it out. And that's kind of what we're doing now in our transitional phase, is saying, how are we going to come with a more efficient way of distributing electricity?
Yeah, the baseline is not necessarily that we're all winning, right? I mean, so there's room for improvement.
Yeah, just very quick. First of all, I think our challenge is to make it a win-win-win, because the third leg of the stool there is the DER provider community in the markets. So we need it to work for the utilities. We certainly need it to work for the customers. But we also need it to work for the DER providers.
And the planet.
Well, yes,
On
but
which-
no,
on which all of them
that
wanna
goes
live, yes.
no, that goes straight to my next point, which is that it's not a zero-sum game if there are inefficiencies in the system that you can remove.
Yeah.
So it's adding value by removing inefficiency from the system, and that is, we are driven to do that by a convergence of a number of trends, including most prominently climate change, and a number of others that we go on elaborate in great detail in the REV order. So we see that we have no choice but to take action to remove inefficiencies from the system, not just the existing system, but the system that we see going forward.
Let's think, this is, I promised the last question to you, but I'll just add my own little comment on this. When I have the 33.8 cents from Maine up there, if you assume that's a valid number, the point I made, and I'll reiterate, is that if you can get your solar for less than that, and those numbers hold to be true, you will put in downward pressure on rates. Because the total, or at least costs to society, because the total costs will be less. The benefit is 33 cents. If your cost is less, then you get a benefit. You get a win to society, a win to the utility, and a win to ratepayers. We do that all the time. We make those kind of bets on long-lived investments. That's the challenge in front of us. Can we get more value for less price? And the first thing we have to do is understand the value. Ma'am, you get the last question. So, yes, okay, question was energy efficiency. We haven't talked a whole lot. Actually, I think a lot of people have been saying demand response and stuff. So, we're enchanted by the active forms, but other forms of energy efficiency. Real quick, to make sure we're inclusive on the value concept, and then we'll close. So anything?
Yes, so city's program, One City Built to Last, 100 megawatts of solar is very, very on the prime spot, but actually more primer than is energy efficiency for us. We have capital and expense programs where we at DCAS actually let out contracts to do projects, but also we actually give funding to agencies to do their own energy efficiency projects, ranging from lighting replacements to heating system upgrades to HVAC upgrades, controls, smart controls, and also I would like to mention that quickly we have a new technologies program called IDEA. If you have any technologies that you want us to take a look at, go to our website at nyc.gov/DEM, DCAS Energy Management. And in there you'll find out where IDEA, where you can put in your programs or technologies. What we do, we're in round 2 right now. Round 1 was building controls, and we're testing about 10 systems in 19 buildings. The the best will win, and whoever actually survives a one-year MNV, we will publish them, we'll share our success stories, and we'll move them forward in our city buildings, and we'll make it available for the society to take advantage of. Right now, our round 2 is energy storage, which is part of testing 4 different energy storage systems in 4 different buildings, and trying to see how we can marry them with a variety of different solutions. Solar is one of them. Obviously, one of the 24 schools is getting also the energy storage pilot. But if you have other ideas for energy efficiency or something to help us with our 100 megawatt solar, do let us know. We're happy to try it out. And we're very open to making it happen. So.
Anyone else?
I'll
Real quick?
just
Yep.
say, to the extent that energy efficiency becomes as, let's say, successful as net metering, assuming that it hasn't already, because it's not as measurable as net metered solar, this is really the crux of the utility business model problem, right? You sell less energy across the board. You have the same issue that you have with net metering, and that's why I think this proceeding. And I know the Public Service Commission. This is the driving force essentially for this entire proceeding.
Rudy, I'm going to give you the last word.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you asked the question, although we don't have time to really talk it through. But I think there are some parallels on looking very broadly between energy efficiency, the way we've done our programs, and net metering. Both of them were a good way to start, and way better than not doing anything at all. But they need to be improved if we're going to go to scale and reach the sort of achievements that our carbon goals are going to require us to do. There's a much longer discussion of that in the Rev Order that came out a couple weeks ago, if you want to read that.
All right, folks, I got to cut off because I just got the signal, but I also have a clock, so I knew I was over. But that's all right. Thank you so much. Join me in thanking my panel. All right, remember what I said, there's lots of opportunities for eating around here, but the easiest is probably the cafe right here. I don't get a cut on it, but
It's 31 degrees in Charleston. The morning we left, it was 61.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bob Lockney. I'm a partner at Couch White, and we're a co-sponsor here today. Although I have to tell you, I think this is the easiest co-sponsorship I've ever been a part of. Many, many thanks go out to the folks from PACE who put this together, coordinated everything. I was in charge of putting together a panel and did all that hard work, but that was hardly anything compared to what everybody from PACE did. So I wanted to thank them for putting on, doing yeoman's work here, and also to thank the PSC for putting its support behind this. I think that the PSC support certainly was responsible for some of the good turnout today. I see we've got a few less people here. It is a Friday afternoon and it is standby rate, so you have to be a diehard to be here. What a pathetic lot we are. I have to tell this story. I was with my daughter last night, and she's 24 and very effervescent, and she asked me, "What's the conference about tomorrow?" And I said, "You really don't want to know." So she was, no, really, tell me. And I got about 10 words out before she glazed over. Standby rate. So she goes, "Oh, thanks, Dad. That's really interesting." But anyway, I've been working on on-site generation projects since 1990, really. And I can tell you that standby rates has been an issue on every single one of them. And it's been an issue that's sort of been bubbling along. People complain about it. I think because there was not the penetration of on-site generation, distributed generation units, it was never enough of a groundswell to really make wholesale changes to how standby rates are designed. I think what's happening now is that we've got a shift in policy. Certainly REV is supporting more distributed resources. Distributed generation is a big part of that. And so I think what's happening is that there's finally the people who've been talking about the problems with the standby rates have been heard. And the PSC has certainly stepped forward and acknowledged that, first of all, DG is a priority in terms of REV priorities. And secondly, that standby rates look to be a problem, and there's a need to look at them. So for me, it's exciting. I was, like I said, I've been doing this for a number of years, and I think I was a co-chair with Tom of the New York City DG collaborative that was looking at what was hindering the distributed generation in the city, and standby rates came up over and over again, and that was 2 years ago. So to have a meeting like this where this is the topic, and we have the ability to talk about the issues, and we have a great group of panelists to address them with obviously people who are interested in the topic, to me it's great progress. So I'm excited, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion, not only to identify what the problems have been, but more importantly, maybe to look at what some solutions might be. Let me start just by introducing each panelist separately, and I think we're in order here. So the first panelist is Mike Mager, somebody I'm rather familiar with. He's a partner of mine at Couch White, been partners for over 20 years, and Mike and I work together very closely on consumer-related issues. Mike is well known as an advocate on consumer issues at the Public Service Commission, FERC, the New York ISO, and the Reliability Council, among others. And mostly the work he does is on behalf of large industrial and commercial customers. He's very familiar with standby rate issues. He's, in particular, with respect to upstate applications. So I'm going to introduce Mike Mager, and then we'll get to the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Okay, step one, I'm successful. I got down here without tripping. Good afternoon, everyone. As Bob mentioned, a lot of my time is spent representing multiple interveners. That's an association of approximately 60 of the state's largest industrial and commercial end-use consumers, many of which are located in upstate New York. And so that's kind of the perspective that, that I'm going to bring today. I'm going to try to get into the issues kind of with multiple interveners' perspective in mind, but I haven't cleared my remarks with them, so please treat them as my own. Basically, the big thing that I'd like to cover, just to try to set up the rest of my panel and kind of give a baseline in terms of what standby rates, how they're set up now, what's the basis for the existing rates, and then the conversation I'm sure will move to what are the issues with the standby rates and how should they perhaps be changed. The vast majority of the relevant PSC decisions in terms of standby rates really goes back to a 1999 case that started, it's case 99E 1470, and that case was resolved by an opinion in October 26, 2001, opinion 014. And that opinion established guidelines for such things as the applicability of standby rates, rate design principles, metering issues, the applicability of surcharges and credits, and stranded production costs. And I'm just going to focus on the standby rate principles that the Commission set up and what's happened since this order came out. There's a number of principles. The first principle was that the delivery rates for standby service should be based on the costs allocated to customers in the otherwise applicable service class. And so the Commission said that if you're a customer in the large industrial class and you become a standby customer, we're going to base the rates on the costs of the entire large industrial class. The Commission did say that to the extent standby service has cost causation characteristics that differentiate it from the balance of customers in the otherwise applicable service class, rates reflective of those differences should be developed within each class and applied to customers taking standby service. That has not occurred to date. So standby customers are treated similarly to those in their class. The second big principle was that standby service rates should be designed to be revenue neutral, and that And that was one of the key principles. And there's a lot of speculation as to is that primarily to protect the utilities and their shareholders? Is it to protect other customers? And we'll get into that. And there's a question as to whether that principle should still be maintained at this time. It's okay. The third principle was that fixed monthly access charges should be established to fully recover all customer-related costs. And so that's one of the three main standby charges is a customer charge. Very similar, often the same as a customer charge applied to a regular customer. I'll call them full requirements customer. The fourth principle is that for standby costs should be recovered through a combination of class-specific contract demand charges and daily as-used demand charges. And those are the second and third charges, and they comprise the bulk of standby rates that customers with on-site generation pay. So the first one, contract demand charges, those are fixed, and they are based on facilities that are closer to the customer site, often referred to as local facilities. And they're assumed to have been put in place to mostly serve that individual customer. And those costs are what make up the contract demand charge, or what should make up the contract demand charge. The next principle was that the contract demand charges should apply to the customer's maximum potential annual meter demand. And so if there's a real question, I think, as to whether that's the appropriate measure for setting standby rates. What if the customer's maximum annual demand does not occur during the utility's peak demand periods? The next principle is that distribution facilities located further away from the customer site are considered shared facilities, and the costs of those should be recovered in a manner that recognizes standby customers' intermittent and shared use of those facilities. And those are the charges that comprise the as-used daily demand charges. And those charges apply to the customer's daily maximum meter demand that occurs, quote, during the utilities system peak periods. However, as they're applied right now, they're typically applied to a very broad definition of on-peak periods. For instance, one of the upstate utilities, Niagara Mohawk, as-used demand charges apply based on demands from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, all months of the year. And so a question can be raised, is a Wednesday in April considered the utility's peak period, and should as-used demand charges be set on that? What's important to know, and what I think is driving a lot of the pressure to address standby rates now, is that really not much has happened from a regulatory perspective since the issuance of Opinion 014 in 2001. Following that case, the Commission directed that the utilities re-examine their existing standby rates in utility-specific cases, and those took place mostly in the 2002-2003 period. Virtually all of them were, that I can recall, were resolved via settlement as opposed to litigation. And most of those cases set up the contract demand charges and as-used daily demand charges based on a matrix by voltage of how costs should be allocated between shared facilities and local facilities. And by and large, that examination took place in the 2002-2003 period and really has not changed much since then. In most cases, rate cases since then, standby rates tend to be an afterthought. There's usually proposed rates in the utilities rate filing, and they're usually not addressed again until the end of the case, if at all. There's been no major changes in the methodology used to set standby rates. And for the most part, the original matrices in terms of how local and shared costs should be allocated by voltage class in 2002-2003 generally have not been changed since then for most, if not all, of the utilities. So now, as Bob mentioned, the standby rates are a very large impediment to on-site generation projects. I can speak on behalf of very large consumers predominantly located in upstate New York. It tends to be probably one of the single biggest impediments to on-site generation, and given the current focus of REV in terms of encouraging different forms of DER, including distributed generation, it's a very timely topic in terms of a need to readdress how standby rates are calculated and how we should go about doing that. And I think with that, I'll stop now. I'll try to put on my advocate's hat later on during the panel discussions, but I really wanted to just set up where we are now and how we got there, and turn it over to my panelists to address them. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And I would point out that the matrix, that's sort of the fundamental document that everybody goes to for the standby rate design that Mike was talking about from the case in 2001, was the result of a settlement. And having participated in it, I can tell you that there's no magic behind it. There's, it was a settlement, which means everybody gets in a room and tries to figure out how to get out of the room, and so, and literally, because it went on for a long, long time. So, it's like it's more than time for these rates to be reexamined. Okay, our next speaker is Suki Pachorik. Suki is the Vice President for Corporate Sustainability with Vornado Realty Trust. Suki heads up the energy efficiency and sustainability efforts and the LEED certification efforts at Vornado. She's also heavily involved in Vornado's analysis of distributed generation and how it can fit into either existing buildings or new buildings. So she's very familiar with the topic that we're talking about today. When we were putting together a panel, Suki came to mind immediately because we've had some very interesting meetings over the past couple months with kind of a group of Con Edison customers that have interest in DG, and we've had interesting meetings with DG, and Suki's been a part of them and raised some really good issues with respect to the problems that standby rates create. And Suki actually has, she's going to take you down a really lonely path and talk a little bit about steam standby rates, but because they are also an impediment to DG. But so please welcome Suki Pachorik.
Well, 2 for 2. We both made it down without killing ourselves, so that's good. Thank you, Bob, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I'll start with a little bit of background in terms of Vornado and what we do on the DG front. Vornado Realty Trust, we're a large real estate investment trust based here in New York City. We own about 30 million square feet of real estate here in New York, another comparably sized portfolio in Washington, D.C., and then a smattering of stuff around the country. Over the years, we've thought about energy, utilities management, energy efficiency, and actually predating me, probably right after the blackout in 2003, the company started thinking about on-site generation as a mechanism for backup power. So we looked at our backup power assets around the portfolio, largely dirty diesel, kind of quick to start, quick to turn off operations. And we started thinking a little bit better and thinking a little bit more clearly about more complicated, perhaps more opportune systems like CHP. So we actually built a 6-megawatt cogeneration plant at One Penn Plaza. For those of you that transit through Penn Plaza, if you look up at One Penn, it's on the 12th floor setback. You'll see a gray box from the street. Sometimes there's a little bit of steam or something coming out of the room. That's normal most of the time. And so we built the plant, and it's been operational off and on since 2010. We own another building where we actually have a PPA structure for a 1-megawatt microturbine system. So we have both the ownership perspective in terms of owning and managing and running a plant, and developing a plant, and we also have one in terms of actually acquiring assets that have these systems installed already. I will tell you from both experiences that neither is particularly easy. Both are incredibly complicated. And from a real estate perspective, frankly, the question that we ask ourselves today, and most other owners are asking themselves today, is why bother, right? What's driving us down this path? What's the opportunity? What's the interest for us? Because we're real estate people, right? What we do every day is that we take our buildings, we make them better over time, and we sell space to people like you and others that want to come and have office space, and that's our core business, right, is to have tenants that want to pay us. So why DG? Well, for us, I told you that we started down this path because of the blackout in 2003, and we had a question around, is this an amenity the tenants want? That answer, I think, is still a little bit unclear. I don't think there's a obvious kind of choice there. But I'll tell you that since 2003 and since having 2 plants that we now have a lot of experience at, and watching others in the industry kind of move forward on these issues as well, all of us are in the same place, which is kind of evaluating not only the challenges and the opportunities, but also kind of dealing with all the barriers that we have to deal with to actually get these plants implemented. What are those barriers? Standby tariffs are clearly a barrier. I'll talk about those last because I'll spend some time on. Other barriers that we have, frankly, deal with economic and financial hurdles that we have, right? The economic challenges are clear. We're in real estate. This is not our business. Should we be doing this? And what's the return? The returns in real estate that people feel comfortable with to actually invest in are somewhere in the kind of low double digits. Nothing crazy, because it's not our core business. So for that kind of owners like us, people that have large capital bases that we can actually implement these projects and pay for these projects outright, that's the range in which we're looking for an investment return. Beyond that, for people that are not like us, that actually want to build either bigger projects or projects that have a lower return and a hurdle rate, financing is hard to come by. So they're in the universe of energy efficiency projects. If you're an owner, 20 million and less is kind of in the range that you feel comfortable investing. If it's over 20 million, you're probably going to go out and look for outside financing. The financing world is funny, right? And as it relates to energy, all the banks are interested in looking at energy and large infrastructure projects. But we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, right? The starting point for conversation for financing for those projects is somewhere around $500 million. And so there's this kind of never land of where CHP falls as it relates to real estate in the $20 to $50 million range that people actually have some difficulty finding financing, or at least finding financing that wants to finance a project at an 8% return or a 6% return, which is what these projects ultimately end up being at because there's lots and lots of other constraints. Other constraints include permitting, operating, management, human capital. So one of the big challenges is that there are very, very few people that really understand real estate and energy efficiency, and there are very, very few people that understand CHP, and even fewer people that actually understand both. And that connectivity is actually the hardest part to find. That people that understand how a CHP system in an existing portfolio would actually interconnect to existing infrastructure, serve tenants, serve as backup, all of those kind of technical issues. There are, in my experience so far, and we've looked far and wide, not that many people that understand both of those issues. So complicated, very complicated. Standby rates. So if we're talking about, in real estate terms, somewhere between an 8 and a 10% return, how big is standby rates? What kind of an impact could they make? Well, they can make anywhere between a 20 and a 50% change in that return, right? So standby rates, as they're currently structured, both steam and electric, are designed so that the utility is revenue neutral. And what we mean by revenue neutral is that if my building, and I'll give you the example of One Penn Plaza. One Penn Plaza, the cogen plant's 6 megawatts. The building peaks at 12 megawatts in the summer. That's half of my peak load. Well, it turns out that cogen plants absolutely always want to shut down when you don't want them to shut down. And everyone that owns one will tell you the same story, which is that they're, amazing pieces of equipment. Even when you run them properly, things go wrong. That's just the nature of how it is. And so when you're looking at standby, and the standby rate is designed so that we can actually get steam or electric when the plant goes down, so it's the total load of the building, which means my contract demand let's say for One Penn Plaza, is somewhere in the range of what the whole building would be without that cogen plant. And if that's where we set it, that means that the utility is revenue neutral, which means that the cogen plant, in order for it to make a return, is going to take a hit, right? Because if my overall utility expense at One Penn Plaza is $10 million, and I still have to spend $10 million to get a standby rate to get electricity and steam service at the building, it means that whatever that delta is to actually have a cogen plant and actually make a return, that's additional expense to the building, right? That's the fundamental issue that we're dealing with, is that there is an additional expense that buildings have to have in order to actually have cogen. That's something that we have to get around, because what that means, if you're an owner, it means you either are willing to or not willing to have an additional expense to have a cogen plant, or if you're an owner that has a PPA structure through which the cogen plant is set up, it means that that cogen plant is going to take the hit for the additional expense. And that's actually more common in New York. It's actually more common to have a PPA structure where the cogen plant is responsible for any of the detriments of a standby rate, which automatically kill the return, right? So anywhere between, depending on how you're structured, 20 to 50%. So if you're looking at an 8% return, you're dropping it all the way down to 5%, 6%, sometimes lower. And that's the universe in which we're not willing to kind of think about infrastructure upgrades and infrastructure investment. Specifically, do you want me to talk about specific kind of challenges with the steam standby rate? I'm going to bore you to death. It's Friday afternoon. I really apologize. With the steam standby rate, there are a couple of different things that are happening. One is fundamentally the fact that the standby rate is actually structured differently than the regular rate in terms of time frame. So the standby rate runs longer terms. So November to April, month inclusive. So November 1 to April 30th, which wouldn't be such a problem. The regular rate is December through kind of March, end of March. Which is fine, except for the fact that our operators are used to running steam for heating in the winter during certain months. And they know what to do. They know they have to start preheating the building. They know that they don't want to trigger a contract demand after 6 a.m. There's kind of a whole culture of learning that's already happened in real estate that allows us to mitigate our expense. Well, this blows it out of the water because it's November 1st through April 30th, 24 hours a day, the entire period. So there's no time at which we can actually preheat the buildings that we can actually take advantage of the steam system not being at peak, which means that we're using generally a lot more to kind of continuously stay below a threshold. So it's not particularly a great system in terms of how we want to operate our buildings. The other issue is that we've all been in New York the last couple of years. We've had really cold months and we've had unusually hot months, right? Even between November and April. The biggest issue that we face during those periods as it relates to steam rate is that there is almost inevitably 1 or 2 days in that period that we are cooling the building, not heating the building. And cooling through a steam turbine is far more intensive than heating a building through steam, which means that our peak demand, so our contract demand normally for steam, which would be at a certain level, is far exceeded, right? So we're actually having to set our peak for contract demand for those months based on our cooling need, based on kind of weird weather patterns, rather than actual heating peak, which is what the system is peaking at during the heating season. So that's a huge issue. At One Penn, what we see is somewhere in the order of a $400,000 difference just because of that one issue. If we had known that that was an issue, we may not have built this plant. So, just to give you a sense of what other people have already learned from us that are now evaluating whether to do cogen or not, these are real numbers, these are real expenses, and really hard economic kind of criteria to get over. The electric rate has very similar kind of thresholds. So the perversion in the electric rate that we've seen, and we may actually see this year if we actually operate properly, is that plants that actually operate more consistently, right? If you're actually better at running your plant and you don't have as much downtime, you actually see a much bigger, the gap widens between what what you should have paid if the cogen wasn't there and what you actually end up paying in terms of expense. And that's, of course, not what we all want to see, right? We want to see plants that are actually operating sufficiently because we want them to be able to support the grid when the grid needs it. And the perversion of the rate is actually part of the problem as well. There are lots of other kind of detailed issues, which I really don't want to bore you with, and I'm happy to talk about more specifically on the panel as we kind of walk through these things if you're interested. But those are the big issues that we're dealing with. The process over the last year, this is the first time in my 7 years at Vornado that we've actually had a conversation really with the PSC, with Con Ed, and it's been a really, I think, responsive and productive conversation over the last 6 months, 8 months. I feel like we're finally making progress, that I think everybody's at the table wanting to make a change and make sure that cogen has a future here in New York, because I think everybody has the same interest, which is that we're peaking at a certain level. We don't want to increase supply. The buildings are actually a great opportunity in terms of reducing that, both from an efficiency standpoint, but also in terms of distributed generation. And making that happen, I think, is in the interest of everyone now. And so I thank, frankly, Con Ed and the PSC for kind of walking us down this path, and hopefully you'll see some progress soon. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Suki. Suki mentioned the meetings with Con Edison and staff, and an integral part of these meetings, and I think the reason they've been productive is because of our next guest. Jamie Brennan has taken over as the department manager for distributed generation at Con Edison, and DG is very active in New York City. I think Con Edison, I'm sure Jamie can give you the numbers, but there are a lot of projects in the planning stage, in the implementation stage, and so it's a very big issue within the Con Ed service territory, and that's why standby rates is so important. So Jamie has got a very important job. He's in a critical position as far as I'm concerned in terms of seeing that these rate design changes, along with, I think Bill is here with him today, Bill Atzel. They've both been very good at these meetings. The discussions have been very frank, very, very frank. The customers, get pretty heated about some of the problems and the excesses, some of the things that Suki was referring to, but more. But I think just the exchange that's been going on has been very helpful, and certainly having PSC staff like Marco at the meetings has been helpful in terms of moving the thing forward. And in this last rate case that Con Edison filed, they actually filed, I think they could have done more, but they did file for some changes in the standby rates that a number of customer groups I think were supportive of. And if that's the start, then we're heading down the right path in terms of where these discussions might end up. But so anyway, I'm very happy to welcome Jamie Brennan. He's the department manager for distributed generation at Con Ed. Jamie.
I'm going to fail the first test here. How do I get this open? So there's a lot of friendly faces here. Bob's a lot more friendly in public than he is in our private discussions. I'll just throw that out there. I think that may be the first nice thing he's ever said to me. But so at least we are making progress in that area too. On a serious note, thanks for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to get out here and speak to a lot of our customers. I've spent a lot of time with Suki talking about this issue as well. My background is in bulk power generation and transmission operations, so when I came over to DG, I didn't know detailed rate design was part of the job, but certainly an interesting aspect of it. So I'm not going to bore you to death, but Mike touched on a little bit about the history of the rate design. So I just want to level set everyone on the rate design. I think if we're going to talk about how do we change the rates going forward, it's important to understand where we are today. And then Bob also touched on some of the recent proposals in our last rate case that were developed through a collaborative effort, which Bob and Suki were an integral part of, and I'd like to walk the audience through that as well. So this, Mike covered this pretty much on how that's cost, but I like to put pictures to words. I think it's easier to talk about. So we talked about standby rates being broken out into contract demand and as-used demand, with those facilities that are really specific to the customer. So the simplest example is the cable going from the local manhole directly into the building would be a local facility, and then as you move away from the secondary distribution system all the way up to the transmission system, you move from a contract demand piece to the as-used portion of your bill, with the for a customer taking secondary service, the substation portion and the transmission portion is all in the as-used, with the understanding that's to reflect the diversity of the DG in the system and those facilities being shared. I know Mike also said that we haven't done any innovations since rates were designed. I do think the offset tariff, which we implemented a few years ago, is a pretty significant innovation. It allows customers with multiple buildings on a campus to install a central plant and distribute the energy across the Con Edison system. Prior to the implementation of this tariff, customers would have two options: either put the distributed generator behind their load, behind the Con Ed meter, or build out their own electric infrastructure. So this offset design is what we see going forward, and it's saved our customers tens of millions of dollars in upfront capital costs. And I think it's something that shows the direction that we're headed and the support we have for distributed generation in New York City. This is just a simple illustration of how we set contract demand. The blue represents the peak periods during the day, which is 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. What's interesting about the standby rate also is similar to your Verizon service. You can get free nights and weekends with standby. So in the context of contract demand, it's set, and then to the extent a customer does exceed it, we measure that, and that becomes the revised contract demand. Just some illustrations of a typical customer. Suki touched a little bit about diversity. When we talk about revenue neutrality, we do that on the customer class. So if you take the average customer under conventional rates, you design a standby rate so that that customer, if his load profile is the same, will pay the same without a DG. A customer with DG will pay less than a customer without DG under standby rates. So for example, a conventional customer that has a 10 megawatt load installs 4 megawatts of generating capacity. Their bill will, and a 70% load factor, their bill will typically go from about $3.5 million down to $2.5 million, $1 million in savings for the equivalent facilities to a building that doesn't have a cogen. That rate is higher than if that customer put a DG in and remained on conventional rates. In this case, it's about $250,000, which is essentially an 11% premium to have Con Ed there any time of the day, any time of the year to back you up when your cogen goes down. I think that's not a bad deal. I'm sure many of you don't agree with that, but I'll throw that out there.
I didn't see you jumping at it.
But I think when you look at that premium, you have to also factor in what the upfront investment would be to build that the same reliability that Con Ed service provides to that customer into the plant. So I think I'm taking a little too long. I really want to get to your questions because I think the Q&A is probably more valuable to you and me. So as Bob mentioned, we started a collaborative effort in September with several of our existing customers as well as the consultants and developers in the DG community to see if we could make some changes. And the way we established it, we thought, let's take this opportunity over the next 6 months. We have a rate filing at the end of 2014. Let's see if there's some quick wins that we can make, give some directionality, provide some incentives that would be a bridge to REV. And I think when we get into track 2 of REV, there'll be an opportunity to maybe relook at the whole design. But we thought it was important to do something quickly. So we looked at 3 aspects of the bill that drive the customer's costs. One of them is the MAC. I won't bore you with what MAC is or how it's calculated. There's about 67 components in the MAC. So it's not something important. We also heard from our customers that DG performance is not valued in the current rate design, and there was no incentive for DGs to operate reliably and consistently in the summer, and to the extent they did and they added value to us, they weren't receiving that value. So we took a stab at coming up with a performance-based credit for our customers. And then finally, the third only applies to customers that take service under the offset tariff, which frankly right now is 2. We have about 4 or 5 projects in the works that are also taking advantage of the offset tariff design. And I thought it would be good to illustrate what that means for a customer's bill. So this is the same example before. A customer with a 70% load factor, 10 megawatts of load, 4 megawatts of capacity. If they didn't have a DG, they'd pay $3.5 million for delivery service. With the DG, under current standby, they pay about 2.5. If they were under conventional rates, they'd be at 2.3. And under standby, with the change in the MAC, which moves that charge from a contract demand-based charge to a kilowatt-hour charge, it results in about a $250,000 savings for this customer. Now, this is illustrative, and this I just want to make the point about how load factor drives impact on customers' bills. The previous example was 70%, which is typically hospitals, customers with large thermal needs. As the load factor goes down, the difference between conventional and standby, there is a gap with that. So those customers still pay a premium for standby service as opposed to if we got rid of it completely. So I want to wrap up so I give Tom plenty of time. So the final option is the contract demand credit based on performance. So I just want to walk you through how this works, because I think it gives an opportunity to align the utility needs for consistent and reliable performance of the DG so we can incorporate it into our planning process in a manner that all customers benefit from that DG, and we can provide a value stream for customers that invest in their plant and invest in the operations in a manner that's reliable and consistent. So the top bar of the contract demand is set at 12. That's just customer's load profile. And on the bottom is the generator's output. The beige, which is very difficult to see up there, represents the 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daytime peak period. So in this example, on Tuesday evening into Wednesday morning, the generator comes offline, comes back on for Thursday. Since it has 2 generators, on Thursday afternoon, one of the generators trips, so the generator output, the total plant output drops to 2 megawatts. So what we will do is over the course of the summer, we'll evaluate this Monday to Friday period throughout the summer operation and measure the minimum performance, which in this case was 2 megawatts. So that customer now, assuming they can maintain that reliability for 2 consecutive summers, would get an annual credit equal to the contract demand charge times 2 megawatts, which in effect is equivalent to setting a contract demand of 8. This provides customers an opportunity to win, and it provides an opportunity to align customer benefit and customer interest with utility benefit and utility interest. So I think this is a real good positive step in the right direction. It's part of our rate case filing, which it's going through the settlement process now, and I think it's reflective of the value we see in distributed generation and our commitment to working with customers to improve the economics of the plant. So that's all I have. I'm going to turn over to Tom, who Bob's going to introduce. But before that, I just wanted to mention that I agree that standby is a significant factor in the economics of cogen. But as Suki mentioned, there's a broader context. Upfront capital costs are a significant portion of these projects. And what we've learned working with customers is both real estate, interconnection costs, cost of labor and construction. Those coupled with standby are all factors that go into the economics of cogen. And when we have this discussion, I think we should be cognizant and recognize all of those aspects, and when we evaluate appropriate incentives and targets for DG growth in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Our next panelist is Tom Bourgeois. Tom is the Deputy Director for the Pace Energy and Climate Center. Tom has extensive experience researching and writing on DG issues, including standby rates. He has served as the co-director of the Department of Energy Northeast CHP Technical Assistance Partnership. He's had a long-term commitment to the Northeast Combined Heat and Power Institute, and currently serves on the REV Market Design Working Group. When I was thinking about people for the panel, I immediately thought of Tom because I don't think there's been an issue involving DG or standby rates over the past 10 years where I haven't talked with Tom or consulted with him. It's kind of he's kind of a go-to guy on DG issues. So Tom and then Rich, I think too, we're going to start to go from the sort of what's wrong with the rates and try to look at what's the value of DG and start looking at the other side of the equation, whether DG is being appropriately valued. So Tom?
All right. Thank you, Bob, and thank you all for attending today. This has been a great opportunity for discussion. And as Bob was saying, I think what we're more concerned about here today, we're more concerned about the future and solutions. I think we are, as Jamie mentioned, moving in the right direction. The dialogue has been very good. There's a lot of energy and thought going into this. So I want to say that as a preference, early on here, that this I think we're moving in the right direction. There has been a lot of movement, and we're going to be forward-looking. I was asked to talk a little bit about DG benefits, a little bit about DER's role in the REV and in state energy policy. DER's role in state energy policy is fundamental. It's really the key feature of state energy policy. We heard a lot earlier today about the New York Sun Initiative. We've heard about there's a major effort to create new markets to bring DER into the electric grid, recognizing the value that these resources create for utilities and consumers. We're going to undertaking an updated benefit cost analysis to assign more accurate values to all the benefits that DER has to offer. So the answer to that question is DER is fundamental to our energy future. The 6 goals of the REV, the guiding principles, many of these are facilitated in large part by a much greater deployment of DER. And as Bob said, we've been talking for many, many years, and the next couple of slides we'll be discussing the benefits. For a long time, I know I've worked on reports going back 6-10 years about DG, CHP benefits, all the benefits created for the system. But these benefits have never really been measured, verified, and most importantly, they've not been monetized, so that although benefits are being created, in many instances they're uncompensated. And also, I'll admit, there's benefits and costs. But because of the fact that we have never really measured or monetized these, we've not fully taken advantage of distributed energy resources. And with all the investment that we anticipate, I don't think we really can afford not to do our best to try to create the right kind of environment, the right kind of pricing signals to really make all this new investment serve as dynamic assets on the grid. As Chair Zibelman was saying earlier today, we should think in terms of the more you put out here, the more value it has. She talked about Metcalfe's law. We can create more value. We have someone was mentioning a statistic of a 55% efficiency. We can bring a lot more cost savings and a lot more win-win benefit by far greater utilization of the grid's capability, productivity and efficiency gains, and doing DER in the right way with the right price signals, I think is going to lead us in that direction. So first of all, let me apologize. I've been in the CHP world forever, so I should have changed the acronym CHP to DG. But for the next couple slides, as Bob said, I run the CHP Center for the U.S. Department of Energy in New York and New England. And we've long talked about these list of benefits: reduced energy losses in T&D line, reduced upstream congestion, reduced or deferred infrastructure upgrades, more efficient use of existing grid assets, less capital tied up in unproductive assets. These are all a list of T&D benefits: improved grid reliability. And then there's a whole host of societal benefits, reducing emissions, reduced fresh water use, and so on. So there are societal benefits, there are T&D system benefits, in addition to the site or the end user benefits. The problem has been that, as I was mentioning, the long list of these benefits are often go unmeasured, not verified, not compensated, not paid for. Therefore, it's not really a cash in your pocket. You can't put that on a pro forma. It's not something that you can see show up in your return on investment if you're providing, as a private investor at your site, while you're creating societal and system benefits. You're not necessarily reaping the advantage of that. I'll close this discussion out with a slide that I borrowed from the Distributed Energy Coalition. This was a congressional briefing some time ago, and it shows that of all these benefits that I was laying out before, only 4 of the 20 DG benefits accrue to the user. And we can again quibble a little bit about the benefits, but no doubt there are a lot of benefits that are public in nature or system in nature that the end user is not capturing. And we're hoping that going forward we can find the right way to do that, the right rate structure, the right pricing signals in order to do that. Some general issues that I threw up to consider: should a decision to install DG result in paying more under the standby rate than an applicable standard rate? Should the reduction in delivery service costs be markedly less than the reduction in peak demand or consumption at the site? And how can the rates be structured to reward performance that really advances REV goals? I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple of examples, and again, these could be anecdotal. This is from comments of the Real Estate Board of New York back in October of this year, and they provided some examples of sites that were paying more post-DG implementation as compared with the standard rate, or saving disproportionately less on delivery service versus peak demand and energy saved, or actually being penalized and paying more for reliable operations. Now again, this is anecdotal. It's not a detailed empirical study, but it does show that there are, among the 55 or so standby customers out there,
37.
37, okay. I saw a number of 55 somewhere that I put down. But
55 accounts, 37 individual customers.
Okay, thank you. 55 accounts. One of the things I wanted to call attention to in that same set of comments, there was a statement that one option would be for the PSC to follow the lead of neighboring states, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Jersey, that have abandoned standby rates altogether. Well, I made some calls around and talked to some of my colleagues and developers in these states, and to be honest, if providing strong incentives for strategically sited, designed and operated DER aligned with the principles or the goals of the REV, if that's our goal here, then no state really has the definitive answer. While they may have abolished standby rates under another name, you may still have some of the same problems based on a quick look at this over the last month or so. I did want to point out that there is a standby rate exemption for designated technologies. Customers with these designated technologies that include PV, many renewables, and CHP, 1 megawatt and under, that meets certain tests, a 60% efficiency and a NOx emission rate test. They are exempt from but can opt into the standby rate. Now, I understand that only a handful, let's say 14, have opted in. And so either the standby service rate is not in the interest of the vast majority of this group, or maybe the rate is too complicated for them to discern if it's in their interest. And that's, before concluding, another point that I wanted to make here about rate complexity. one of the things that we've heard over and over again in the more than decade that I've been talking about this and talking to people about it is that there seems to be a significant body of anecdotal evidence that customers are confused by the standby rate. And confusion leads to uncertainty about economic outcomes. And when you have uncertainty about your economic outcomes, that clearly is a hurdle to investment. So going forward, I think one of the things that we have to think about is complexity and how we deal with that, either through simplification or through tools that can aid in simplification. And just to finish up some thoughts, at least some of my thoughts about principles for rate design, the development of fair and comprehensible rates that rewards DER commensurate with demonstrated ability. And again, as I said, these need to be, to get all these benefits that one talks about and to get it in the, at the levels that we're often arguing they occur, they have to be strategically sited, operated, providing services. You know, we're talking about services that's a location, that's a function of location, it's a function of time of operation. So it has seasonal aspects, it has diurnal, day and night aspects, and so on. So I don't want to gloss over that, but so again, demonstrated ability to reduce emissions, to improve grid operational efficiency, to lower the capital costs of providing grid service through avoiding or deferring otherwise investments that would have to be made by the utility. And another factor, one that New York and all of our neighboring states, this really the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, we're really the epicenter of this idea of the utilization of distributed energy for resiliency, with the New York Prize here in New York, with the Connecticut microgrid pilot, with former Governor Patrick's $40 million in the Resiliency Bank in New Jersey. We're really testing this premise of designing distributed energy resources to enhance resiliency for communities and for critical infrastructure and for business continuity. And with that, thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. Our final speaker is Richard Sedano. Richard is the director of the Regulatory Assistance Program in the United States, also a former commissioner at the Vermont Public Service Commission. The Regulatory Assistance Program, or RAP, is a nonprofit organization that provides technical and educational assistance to governmental agencies on energy and environmental issues. I had the opportunity over the last couple of days to look at some of the materials that Richard has presented and RAP, other people at RAP have presented, and on standby rates, and kind of looking at what's wrong with the current rates and what we should be looking at in terms of optimal rate design, things like that. And it was very, very informative. So I feel very fortunate that we have Richard here, and please welcome Richard Sedano.
Hi. We do a lot of work at around the country. So I'm the foreigner of this panel. I don't do work in New York State on standby rates much. Although I have to say I've spent hundreds of hours hanging around this neighborhood when I grew up here. So I'm very happy to be here. So a lot of what has been said already covers, I think, a pretty encouraging set of momentum that's going on here in New York. And I think the gist of our interest in this is part of our interest across all of resources, which is to recognize that we're having a two-way or even n-way sense of where the grid is going, and that's a principle that REV, I think, stands for. And that CHP as a resource is underutilized, and we're looking to figure out the ways to illuminate for policymakers, decision makers, investors, how to change that. So we've already talked about what standby rates are. We did a report not too long ago where we created this visual that tries to show the different elements of standby rates. So this really covers what you've already heard about what standby rates are, but sometimes it just helps to see the distinction between supplemental service, forced outage rates, planned outage, what's happening on the site, and help to represent what it is that we're deconstructing and trying to solve as we reform standby rates. So I wanted to show you that. The typical components for these we've already heard about, so I don't want to go into this in great detail. I think the facilities charges are interesting. They are related to dedicated distribution charges. There's always the confusion about which facilities are dedicated to the customer and which facilities are shared. It's important to get that sorted out. We did this report and we had several best practices that we identified. What we did in this piece of work was we went to 5 actual standby tariffs in 5 different states, none of them in New York, and really just tore them apart and tried to, in a constructive way, suggest ways that they could be improved. Unbundling generation, transmission, distribution charges that allows customers to manage these elements is one observation that we had. We found this to be undone in all of the cases that we looked at. The generation reservation charge, I think we concur with what you've heard here, which is the motivation to focus CHP owners towards higher quality machines, lower forced outage rates. It needs to be included in standby rates for them to really fulfill their public purpose potential. And so there are ways to do that. I think Jamie talked about one of those. Delivery charges that recognize low diversity, that's important as well. Standby rates imposed during the peak period. We heard about the stark distinction between a rate structure that focuses on non-coincident times versus a rate structure that focuses on coincident peak. Significant difference in value there, and if we are focused on value, that should matter to us a lot. Again, the time of use and seasonal nature, we heard about that already. A great area to try to get right. Prorated daily demand charges, I think that's already going on here in New York, so that's one of the areas that chronically is not going well across the country, seems to be better here. Daily maintenance demand charges, however, because you can plan for those, can be lower than the daily as-used demand charges for forced outage coverage, and so that's perhaps something to look at. Because retail choice is here in New York, perhaps this is not so much an issue here, but it's certainly one to make sure is going well, and that is that we want to motivate active customers. That got discussed several times this morning. And so thinking about a structure that motivates customers to have a customer load reduction plan so that when there's something that goes wrong, customers have options. It's not just rely on the utility. If the customer has a demand response plan that can be more economical than just relying on the utility, then that could be better and part of the engaging part of standby rate tariffs. And we want to look at different ways for the customer to get energy. If getting energy from the utility is the only way, then the customer might be losing out on opportunities to make their own deals in the marketplace. Seconding the issue of complexity, and no need to spend more time on that. And to the extent that the tariff ultimately becomes limited because of special circumstances for the customers, there ought to be a very clear line where the customer appreciates the tariff is not going to work for me, I need a special contract. That kind of criteria need to be clear. Demand ratchets are generally not helpful, and if those aren't a problem here, we don't have to talk about that anymore. But around the country, this is a chronic problem of demand ratchets throwing off the economics for CHP. And as-used demand charges imposed in non-peak periods, I think we've talked about that already. So Applying that briefly in closing to the Reforming the Energy Vision, this is an important effort to really look at customer capital. You know, what we're talking about here is essentially activating customer capital to support the grid through customer resources, of which one category is CHP. So customer capital becomes more important compared to utility capital, which will always be important in serving the whole needs of the grid. And fully valuing and prioritizing customer resources becomes a way of accomplishing that. And I think when we think about doing that, there is a question that came up during Carl's questioning of the identification of the main value of solar, where how much of the solar value, how much of the societal value gets factored into this kind of conversation. Is it just economics? From what I read about the REV process, not so much. Motivating utilities, how do we motivate utilities? We motivate utilities today by asking them to invest in the grid. I think that part of the Track 2 issues is going to be to consider whether there's a broad spectrum of other ways to motivate utilities through performance. And I think the CHP issue is just one way of expressing the kinds of performance that we want to see from utilities. And we know that microgrids have been an important issue in the REV process. It has its own section in the Track 1 order. And so as we think about trying to make microgrids happen, we're probably also thinking about helping CHP happen. One point that's not written down here, though, is, and this really synthesizes a lot of what I've heard today, is that distribution system planning is going to have to change. Distribution system planning is going to have to identify values that market actors and utilities are going to respond to in a more transparent way. And I think this is going to be an issue that REV is likely to deal with. And with that, I'll just mention that we've written a few things on this, as Bob said. And so for the record, those are here, as well as the Department of Energy's C-Action process, which is looking at significant good works on CHP also. So it's got all these things in it. So that's it. We can get to the conversation. Thank you.
I think we have a break scheduled right now, so why don't we cut it down to 10 minutes? We'll be right on schedule if we just take a 10-minute break and get back together, and we'll start with a roundtable discussion with the panel and then audience questions. By the way, if you have any questions and you want to send them up in writing, please use the forms that are in the middle of the table, and we'll take them on. Thank you. It's Friday afternoon. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if we got done a little bit early. So, I want to, first of all, welcome to the panel discussion Marco Pedula. Marco was recently named Chief of the Market Design Group at the Department of Public Service. Marco has been certainly integrally involved with the discussions we've had with Con Edison in terms of their standby rates, and certainly has great knowledge of the upstate rates as well. So, so Marco's going to help facilitate the conversation. Actually, I think we're going to start off with a couple questions that Marco has for the panel. I didn't get any cards from anybody, but I think what we'll do is we'll ask questions, and then the audience can just put your hand up, identify yourself, and ask questions as we go along. But first of all, welcome Marco Pedula, and Marco, you can start with your questions.
Thank you. Actually, I just want to say thanks for everybody for sticking around for the standby rate discussion. And it has been a major issue for customers over probably since 1999 that the rate went into effect. And over the last 6 months, we've been actively involved to actually listening very, very closely to how the rate impacts customers. So we're very interested in the discussion here, and we hope to take that back and be able to implement changes through the REV proceeding, if not in other forums. So I'll just start out. I want to just throw a question at you. We talked this morning about value of resources a lot about that in the initial discussion this morning. And here we're talking about delivery standby rates, right? We're really talking about standby rates for delivery. And we talked a lot about values and do you think that we should integrate the value of resources into the standby delivery rate? Or should we continue to have a separate standby delivery rate and maybe some other mechanism to compensate the generator for its value to the system? And I'll just throw that out to the panel.
I'll start.
Go ahead.
So I think one of the things that the DSP will hopefully address is exactly that question. So to the extent we can disaggregate the behind-the-meter generator with the load, I think the better off we'll be, where delivery rates continue to reflect cost of service and the value to the grid that the generator provides is provided for in a marketplace. I think one of the things we talked about when we implemented our recent filing with the contract performance credit, we looked at it as a bridge to REV because we are essentially valuing the generator's impact on our grid in the rate, which I think is acceptable to address the customer's needs in the short term. But in the long term, my preference would be that delivery service was a cost-based service provided to customers, and the generators were valued separately, which could be valued to the grid, valued to society, however you want to reflect that, but it should be a separate payment.
I agree with that very much so. At the risk of sounding a bit like a dinosaur, I do believe in cost-based rate making, and in my mind, this is a delivery service, and what's behind the meter in terms of generation can be valued differently, but it should be separate and apart from the actual delivery service. You know, like take for instance, and maybe we'll come back to the exemptions to the standby rates. But so right now there's some exemptions, but only for certain environmentally advantageous technologies. And those technologies can be encouraged and incentivized in various ways. But at the end of the day, the cost of providing delivery service to that customer is the same whether behind the meter, the on-site generation is considered an environmentally advantageous technology or kind of traditional combined heat and power. It's really the same cost to the utility, and so I always get nervous when we stray from cost-based rate making without a basis. And that's not to say that it would be inappropriate to recognize the benefits, and especially the economic benefits of on-site generation and what benefits it may provide to the system as a whole. I'm leery about addressing that as part of the delivery rates.
Yeah, I think that we're seeing an exponential increase in customer generation, and so that means an exponential increase in customers that are getting some of their service from self-provision and some of their service from the utilities in different combinations. And so I think this partial service type of customer, which is going to grow, is going to be helped if regulation can eliminate some of the labels, or at least diminish them in some significant way, and focus on grid functions, grid capabilities, grid value, and I think that would be consistent with what you just heard.
One of the clarifications in real estate that we've only recently started to realize ourselves, perhaps, is that there's a distinction between the asset and the cogen in almost every case, right? So it may be actually placed in the same building, but that they're actually two different entities. And so the impact of a standby rate and the benefits of a cogen actually accrue to different actors and to different entities, and that's a big issue, right? So if you bundled it all together, it would make things more confusing, not less confusing, and actually keeping them separate is intentionally and directionally, I think, much easier for real estate to get their head around, because we've got all sorts of other issues that we're trying to put in the right bucket about who gets the benefit and who gets the penalty, and so I think separate is actually much easier.
And I think I'm going to jump on the bandwagon here because it sounds like we are all in agreement that the...
That's unacceptable.
You're going to have to pick a different question, Marco. You're not generating any controversy yet. But no, I think that probably is the best way to go, just to have the costs separated out in that manner. And Suki, you just gave a good example as to why that would work in your instance. I think it's just a good way to structure it. And it sounds like the table's in agreement on that matter.
Yeah, and I think the one other consideration in terms of separating the generation from the rest of the customer raises another issue with the current standby rate design, and that is, generally speaking, I know for all the upstate utilities, I'm assuming Con Ed as well, but I'm not sure, if the on-site generation is greater than 15% of the customer's load, the entire customer load is priced under the standby rates. And so you can have a 10 megawatt customer that has just a 3 megawatt on-site generation that they want to use for peak shaving purposes, but then the entire 10 megawatt load of the customer is priced as a standby rate customer, which is a very different rate design than a typical customer without on-site generation.
Okay, I'll try one more. I'll try to be a little more controversial. I like to, when I try to think of these difficult problems, I like to take the scenarios to an extreme and then try to look at it from that end. If you assume that every single customer installs on-site generation, every single customer of the utility installs on-site generation, how do we then balance the need for the utility to continue to have cost recovery of its assets that are in the ground, and the need for the on-site, for the customer for all customers to have that backup service? So if you follow what I'm saying, is it a zero-sum game? How do we come up with the new value of being connected to the grid? And could that potentially be a lower revenue requirement than the current revenue requirement of the utility?
So this is a topic that's come up in many states, and it's a good topic. One has to, I think, reflect on how urgent this question is. It's a good theoretical question. You perhaps want that to be an end state, that everybody has generation in their building, or everybody is contributing to generation in somebody's building. There is a question of how urgent that is. But I think it does raise the question about what the value of the connection is. And it suggests that we're going to be looking at rates as much as Mike and I too am for cost-based rates. We may have to start thinking about, what is the value of preventing volatility from reaching the customers, and what's the value of the umbilical to the grid, and things like that. So I think that beginning to frame those questions is important, and I think it's also important to address them at the proper time. And in the meantime, while this is all pretty nascent, to I think follow some of the advice we got at the first panel, which is to nurture some of these projects in ways that will compensate them fairly, and they will compensate the utility fairly. We have significant ways of compensating the utilities today by return on investment. I think if we think distributed generation is important, we might want to think about a performance regulation system that addresses success to the utility as being represented by penetration of DG and being rewarded for that. So I think there are ways to address that in what I'd call the medium term until we get to that nirvana that you talked about.
Yeah, I think that like Rich was saying here, this thought experiment probably should lead us to perhaps thinking about new ways of compensation. You know, you're asking, how do we compensate to recover the book value of the assets that they've put in service? You know, they have these depreciable assets, they're long-lived assets, they're out there for 30 years or so. How do you do it? Well, maybe you need to do it in a different way. One thing that we don't want to do is to create a rate design that kind of kills DER, nips it in the bud, because as Chair Zibelman also said this morning, in many instances, the number of connections leads to higher and higher value. And if that's true, you don't want to stifle that with your rate design. But you may want to look, and I think Rich might have been alluding to this, for compensation in a different way. How much DG connected, how many transactions, the number of assets on the grid. Just think in terms of recovering this, but recovering it perhaps on a new foundational basis.
I mean, the question raises a lot of interesting issues in that, you know, customers installing DG are making a large investment, a large capital investment. And as a result of that, they are relying less on the utility system. In some cases, a little less, in other cases, much less. And, you know, if they're not going to, if their prices and costs are not going to reflect a reduced level of usage, then there's really not much incentive to go ahead and do that. And so, you know, Suki mentioned, you know, needing to get to a certain return threshold, and we still have issues in this state where sometimes standby rate service costs more than full requirement service for certain customers on certain months, which doesn't make any sense to me. But if a customer is going to rely less on the system, presumably they're going to pay less. And so then the question is, well, if they're going to pay less, does the utility make less, or are we going to just guarantee them the same level of revenues no matter what customers do? And if we are going to do that, then that means all other customers are going to have to pay more. And you know, there's only so much to go around. Now, the one thing about, but to me, to some extent, that's a short-term issue, because under your question, if everyone is, or a large body of customers are installing on-site generation, you would expect the system costs to decline over time. You're going to have much greater diversity. The peak demand should be much less on the system. And presumably, if effort is put into coordination among the customers and their on-site generation unit, there should be an opportunity to significantly reduce the cost to the system. But until then, somebody is going to have to reflect a reduction in revenues or an increase in costs.
I don't think every customer with DG is the goal, and I think that's for a lot of reasons. First, I think there aren't economies of scale in this, right? Having one building do this and having 10,000 buildings do this, there actually aren't economies of scale, right? The utility. That's why we have a utility, because you get economies of scale. I think framing it in that way actually becomes problematic, because the goal of the exercise is actually to target very, very specific problems through REV, which is the last 20 hours of peak during the year where we have tons of stranded assets and we keep building for the peak. And you can fix that problem with a far lower number than everybody having DG, right? So I think looking at the problem through the lens of what we're trying to fix is a far narrower, but I think a far more correct way of looking at the problem. Because if we look at the universe in which that we want to, if the fix or the solution that we want to get to is everyone has DG, you have all sorts of compounding issues that you're trying to get to, including but not limited to the fact that the utility is not particularly, it's not optimized, and so I think, I think we have to narrow the conversation to get to the right solutions to begin with.
It's certainly an interesting question. Very difficult to comprehend that every customer has DG. But I think if you look at it in the broader context of every customer has DER, it does change it a little bit. Yeah. We tend to think about DG and CHP, but DER could be smart thermostats. It could be energy efficiency measures, building management systems. And those, I think, are a bit easier to contemplate with every customer having that. and everyone managing the grid. To the extent you have thousands and thousands of distributed generators, I think the value of the grid, or of the grid operator, actually goes up, because it's the utility that's required now to balance all of those services, and none of those balancing requirements are reflected in the rates. So to the extent you can separate delivery and balancing services from the value that the generator provides, I think that's the only way to answer that end state question. And I don't want to get off topic, but this may be upstate, but at least in our service territory, we don't have any standby customers that pay more than they would have if they were a full service customer.
Okay. I had a question for the panel, and I wanted to pick up on something that Mike alluded to, and I think Tom did too, and that's the exemptions. And particularly in the city, it seems like a lot of the DG projects are driven by thermal loads. So they're not sized to supplant the entire load of the building. And I struggle with this idea that if you have, if you're sized 15% or less of your load, you don't have to go on to standby. But if you're 25% or even 50% and you're a thermal-driven facility, why you are then subjected to the standby charge, including the contract demand, which is something that's pretty onerous and not applied to the smaller customers. So is there some fundamental inequity here? I mean, does it demonstrate that the standby rates are inequitable just by the fact that we have these, we have created exemptions, and, you know, I'm not against keeping them because I think some of them are justified, and maybe the exemption should be broadened. Maybe the thermal-driven facilities should not be exposed to this. What makes them different than a customer that has a smaller generator? But neither one of them is fully replacing the load on site.
So one of the things I think that's interesting when people think about the 15%, it's actually the reverse of what you said. If your generator is less than 15%, you're not eligible for standby. When they developed the standby rates, they were concerned that customers that were natural winners, because it's average cost rate making, so customers that were on conventional rates that would be natural winners on standby rates could put in a 2% generator just to put it in there and would naturally reduce their bills. So that 15% threshold was designed to make sure that customers had generators exceeding that, and therefore standby was the appropriate. Going forward, my preference would be to not have exemptions, because exemptions imply that there's a problem with the rate. I think if we get the rates right for the applicable technologies, there should be no need for exemptions. And I think our recent filing is a step in the right direction, and I think as we go through REV, if we can properly value generators and delivery service, we shouldn't need exemptions.
Do you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to say that we could live with an end to exemptions as long as we get the rates right in an expeditious manner, and we find a way to compensate for value in an expeditious manner. I agree that the exemptions are not the preferable or the optimal way to do it, but absent fixing the rates or compensating for the value, I think that's why they were put in place. And we did actually argue for extending it or widening it to from 1 megawatt up. But, you know, this is about the future, and I would say that as long as we move quickly to fix the inequities and to recognize value, then we could certainly drop the exemptions. Exemptions are not the best way to go.
And there was some uncertainty in the marketplace around where the exemptions would go after May 31st, which is the current expiration date. So we did recently file, all the utilities filed with the Commission to extend that until either the end of Track 2 or the next utility rate case, to the extent it's resolved there. So they will remain in place until, as Tom mentioned, there's a suitable alternative.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with everything you guys said. I think in terms of the exemptions that were going to expire at the end of May, I think to some extent they are an indictment against standby rates, because basically you're giving customers a choice that they would otherwise be subject to the standby rates, but you're going to let them be exempt from them and go to the full requirements rates if they so choose. And so why would they choose to do that? The only reason you would elect the exemption is if the full tariff rates were somehow cheaper than the standby rates. And if that's the case, then I think the problem lies with the standby rates, because I really don't think full requirements rates should ever be less than the standby rates. And so, to me, the fact that we need the exemptions is indicative of a problem. And I think I support continuing the exemptions until we get standby rates right. I mean, I would vote to expand the exemptions, actually, just to give the customers the protection to know that they're never going to be paying higher rates under standby than full requirement service until we get the standby rates fixed.
Okay, question from the audience. Should lower or zero carbon DG have higher values than higher carbon DG? And I guess then the follow-up question is, how should that be reflected in the associated standby rates, or if not in the standby delivery rates, I guess in the valuation or the benefits that we provide through some other mechanism?
I think we touched on that a little bit before with the question that maybe Marco was asking, and my answer, yes. Reduction in carbon is one of the goals of the REV, and yes, it has value, and yes, it should be compensated at a higher rate. A zero carbon or a very ultra low carbon should be rewarded more than a higher carbon, and I think we probably want to do the values in a different place than the delivery service costs. That would be my suggestion.
In the original concept of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, it was going to go beyond just the power sector to be economy-wide, and for political reasons that has been stalled. I think ultimately that's probably the best answer to your question, is to create an economy-wide marketplace in which New York lives. If that is going to be perpetually stalled, or at least as far as we can see, then I think that there can be, under the supervision of the state, a way of tilting the scale. And I think there are several ways of doing that. One interesting way that's related to the idea I was just talking about earlier, the performance standard, is to expand the kinds of things that the utility is accountable for to not just things that are attributable directly to the utility's activities, but to more societal outcomes. This is a controversial thing because some utilities want to be accountable for things that they have direct control over, but they have influence over many things that they don't have direct control over. And so that's a somewhat controversial idea of having societal outcomes applied to utility performance metrics.
Yeah, without taking issue with any of that, I do think the challenges are enormous, and it's easier said than done. I mean, for instance, valuing the different levels of carbon, so you would have to take a look at almost on a project-by-project basis how you would do that, and have to quantify the differences, and then to do that with other types of emissions. Then do you also do that on other kind of externalities in terms of noise and sight lines and where they are on the system? Do they provide benefits to constrained areas versus unconstrained areas? All of that is really complicated, and you can take a look at almost any study quantifying these things, and if you change one or two assumptions or inputs, you can get wildly different answers. And I just, going back to my early days of doing this, I remember that, we used, the commission and the utilities used to kind of project their avoided costs of generation for purposes of, remember the LRACs for people who've been doing this a while, and we had the 6 cent law, and the states so wildly overestimated the avoided costs that it led to PPAs that cost consumers tens of billions of dollars over time. And so it's easy, I think, to say that certain things should be recognized and reflected in rates. And I'm not taking issue with that, but once you go down that road, the challenges are substantial. I'll leave it at that.
I had a question also about the, question. Yes, go ahead.
My name's H. Giselle with Validity Energy. Several of us came recently at the New York Fast Story Conference. So there was a conversation on distributed energy resources with a focus on storage. The point that just keeps coming to mind is these distributed energy resources ultimately are going to have to be found within a host. In this case, it's a commercial real estate portfolio. When you look at the challenges that the portfolios will have in terms of managing system peak to individual peaks, one of the comments that came up at New York Fest was the potential value of a hourly demand charge pricing, so that you can get past this problem of needing to provide a 2 to 6 discharge, get your DMP incentive, but then have your building peak, say, at 10 a.m. in the morning. What if you had an hourly value for demand charges that could spur the market to have these distributed energy resources work in a more complementary way with the host, the building that would be actually operating? There were no rate engineers at the conference, and I wanted just to throw that out there as thoughts on how that might work, or opinions on hourly demand charge.
I don't think there's any rate engineers on the panel either.
None that are willing to
So
offer an
a
answer.
couple of thoughts on that, though. With respect to batteries, one of the benefits of the standby rate is there's a daily charge. So a lot of customers that are participating in, or developers that are participating in the Indian Point Demand Management Program can optimize the customer's peak on a daily basis, but then when they, for the NISO peak, they can modify that behavior. They'll increase the customer's demand if it doesn't coincide with that 2 to 6 peak, but they can leverage that for the system. So you could then go from a daily demand down to an hourly demand. The question is it voluntary or is it mandatory? Voluntary. Because I've also heard suggestions that we should have mandatory hourly demand billing, so that in constrained areas, customers get charged more for their delivery to incent them to take action. I have significant concerns with that, and I point to the Brooklyn Queens Demand Management Program as the prime example, where we have an area that is constrained in our system. If we raise the demand charges for those customers in that area, we could potentially drive some behavior. But customers that don't have the elasticity in their load and can't change their behavior will simply pay higher bills. And anyone familiar with New York City knows that that's not an area of the system where people can really afford to pay higher bills. So it's a complex issue. I think standby that has a separate daily will allow customers to participate, to manage their customers' load as well as the system load on those constrained days. But down the road through REV, we could end up getting to some sort of hourly. Very complicated from a billing and rate perspective, though.
So what I'd like to say about that is that I think it is helpful for us to focus customers, especially larger customers, on addressing the coincident peak that they're involved with, and rates that do that to the extent that there are coincident peak-driven demand charges. That seems to be a good thing. In a lot of parts of the country, we have non-coincident peak demand charges, and those are kind of random and not terribly helpful. An hourly demand charge would seem to be in somewhat convergence with perhaps an easier approach, which is just a time of use or even real-time energy price structure, which might be easier to understand. And so I think I tend to focus the customer's attention on coincident peaks and then managing to real-time price signals if they can manage to that.
One of the interesting topics about mandatory hourly pricing or real-time pricing at large commercial is most large commercial customers, and I should probably not talk for Suki, but don't like the volatility, so they simply get a firm price from the ESCO, and they lock in that flat rate. So
there is a middle ground. You can have time of use periods that are rough justice to that you can predict but still are indicative of what system values are likely to be, which might be better than a flat rate, and perhaps also can be more valuable to the customer because there are savings there that they can actually monetize.
I think that, you want to go?
Well, I was just going to say, before we move to kind of hourly delivery rates for standby service, I think we could aim a lot lower and still make improvements. Right now, if you do not own on-site generation, you pay a monthly demand charge based on your demand during an individual month, and there's some minimums, but whereas once you install on-site generation, you become a standby customer, you pay that contract demand charge every month of the year. And it doesn't matter right now whether you hit your peak in the shoulder months or the peak summer months. Right now, customers are paying as-used daily demand charges. I'm not intimately familiar with Con Edison's rate structure, but upstate utilities is pretty much morning to night, Monday through Friday, 12 months of the year, without any, there's no discount for scheduling maintenance of your unit during off-peak periods. Whether as-used daily demand charges should accrue in shoulder months with low coincident demand is, I think, an open issue. And so before we even get down to the hourly, I think there's a lot of improvements that we could make to send probably more accurate price signals to customers with on-site generation, that when you have it, you want to be using it and reducing your demands on the system during the true system peaks.
I will preface my actual comment with this, which is that we're very well capitalized, and I have a team of 4 people here in New York that think nothing other than about energy procurement, kind of efficiency, utility billing, infrastructure. We've done, CHP, we've done solar, we've done automated demand response. We're doing everything that we can in terms of mitigating our risk on these issues. And I will now say my actual comment, which is, knowing all of what we know, all real estate wants is for this stuff to be simple, right? This is not our core business. We do this because we are well capitalized and we have resources to actually pay attention to these issues. There are very, very, very few companies that actually are well capitalized and have resources to think about these issues. And so the more and more complicated we make these issues, the less and less people we will have at the table to have these conversations with. And so the key in all of this, whatever REV looks like in the future, is to make this as clean and simple for real estate as possible. And what does real estate want? Real estate wants risk mitigation and certainty, because all I want to know every year is what I should budget at and what my tenants are going to be paying every year, right? Those are the big things, because that's how I make money, is to make sure that I have tenants in my building and I know what my costs are going to be and they know what their costs are going to be. We had a kind of comment earlier about, DER versus CHP or on-site generation. The one thing I'll say is that, beyond CHP, which in and of itself is complicated, getting to distributed energy kind of programs and actually being able to kind of grid enable and smart grid enable buildings and infrastructure is no less complicated. You need partners on the other end, and in this case, if it's buildings, complicated partners who know something about something, who have invested something in their buildings to have infrastructure that can actually talk back to the grid. And those partners are few and far between. And technology will play a role over the next 5 to 10 years in terms of bridging that gap. But we have a long way to go. And the amount of money and information and experience that we need to bridge that is still pretty wide. So if we think that efficiency and smart grid-enabled buildings are going to fix the gap that CHP is leaving, I think that's not the case. I think they are both equally complicated for very different reasons.
I think there was a question right here.
I've been getting the impression that most of the panelists really don't like the idea of reforming the energy vision. And I would like to know what your opinion is of the whole REV process as it is right
No,
I don't know where you got that from. I mean,
No,
they can certainly comment on it.
No, we're very much, if I'll start, we're very much in favor of this idea as it's unfolding. We certainly embrace the goals of the REV. We think that we think it's a very exciting new opportunity to fix a lot of what's wrong, to send the right signals. And as you know, we just heard an answer to that other question. There's a lot that can be done from an economic efficiency point of view. It may add some complexity, but just the whole notion that this is up for debate now, and this fundamental transformation is a process that we certainly embrace. We're not anti the REV process or its goals.
I'll take a shot at this.
Remember, you're on camera.
I know. I know. You can't tell. Bob's my partner. Right now, he's sweating. You're like, oh my God, what is Mager going to say now?
Yeah, I don't know where you're going.
Yeah. So, let me say this. We very much support the main objectives of REV. I think there's a lot of potential efficiency gains that should be pursued and can be achieved. I think the objective of addressing how much money we are investing to hit the few hours of the year with the system peak is something that really should be addressed. Losses on the system should be addressed. I think that with different standby rates, I think there's the capability to add a lot more distributed generation on the system in New York, and that can provide a lot of benefits. I also think, I know representing large industrial, very large commercial consumers in upstate New York, there's a lot of demand response that can be pursued, that there's a lot of untapped potential. So I think that there is a lot of benefits that can be achieved through REV. I think the main objectives are very sound. But I also know, representing these clients, they're trying to conduct business in New York State. Many of them are large manufacturers or operate other very energy-intensive businesses. And they have a very difficult time maintaining their business. New York is a very high-priced state. Many members of multiple interveners depend on hydropower or other things just to stay in the state. They constantly have difficulties attracting capital within their own corporations because of other facilities in lower cost states. You don't have to read the papers all too religiously to see that New York is losing its manufacturing base. A lot of energy intensive businesses are leaving the state, and that's primarily because of rates. And so while we very much support the objectives of REV and we see a lot of benefits that can be achieved, in terms of how it's going to be implemented, we're kind of taking a wait-and-see approach. I think there's a lot of very laudable goals, but we're also very concerned about what the rates are going to look like at the end of the day.
I will not speak for real estate, and I won't probably speak for Vornado when I say this, but I will say on a personal level, and actually maybe from a Vornado perspective, we certainly support REV's general premise, right, which is that the current model that we have in terms of building more and more supply to address shorter and shorter peaks during 20 hours a year is not a sustainable model. And so the market has to change. And how the market changes, I don't know. And I don't know what the solutions are, but we're looking at a lot of different solutions. And the hope is that we come a little unstuck from where we are today. So I think generally speaking, it's all positive. How we get there, a little gray, and what the solutions are, maybe a little grayer, but at least we're moving.
You want to pass, Jamie? Do you want to take a pass?
I think sometimes when we get in the weeds of standby, it's a sticky conversation, and maybe it appears a certain way to the audience. But when you look at REV in terms of engaging customers in their energy use, animating markets around system efficiency and energy efficiency, I don't think there's anyone on this panel that doesn't see that as the way forward. And I think from Con Edison's perspective, we're very supportive of the REV vision. I think our program in Brooklyn, Queens is a real step forward in engaging customers in their energy use and deploying customer-sited resources to avoid large capital infrastructure projects. And I think that is signatory of where we're going forward. And to the extent I have some disagreement with panel members specifically about standby rates, it's certainly not reflective of a disagreement about REV in general.
Yes, Louis.
We worked on the microgrid issue in the REV Track 1, and one of the questions that always came up was not only the cost of standby charges, but also the cost of interconnecting to the grid, which is a large capital cost for many developments. If you take the cost of redundancy, building 100% redundant plants, and you weigh that against eliminating the cost of interconnection and the standby fees, would that not be more cost effective to the customer? And if it were to be more cost effective to the customer, then the grid would not be able to benefit from the standby that the microgrid could actually provide to the macro grid. Could I get some comments on that?
If I could just add to that too, I mean, because it brings up some other things like the O&M maintenance charge, which is 12% on an annual fee that has to be paid on all the interconnection facilities that are put in. The interconnection process, the interconnection cost, the time it takes to do interconnection. And I guess to add to Lewis's question, so is there a situation, or do we have a situation now where when you add all these things up, you may drive people to build additional redundancy to stay off the system so that they don't get exposed to standby rates and all these other costs? Are we in a situation that maybe that's another driving reason to take a look at these standby rates, not only the rates themselves, but also some of the provisions like the interconnection costs and the O&M charge?
So I think every situation is different in terms of what the math looks like. I'll tell you that we used to own a property in Queens that was off the grid. So when the property was redeveloped, there was a very specific decision made that we would not interconnect because it didn't make sense economically, right? We actually just built in redundancy, right? 3 times what we needed so that we didn't go down. The terrible part about it now is that all that redundancy would have actually come in handy in the events the last few years to actually have been able to support a community around it, and they're actually looking at a project now. We don't own the project anymore, but they're looking at kind of tying it back in so that the plant can actually serve as a community DG project. The real answer to that is, I think everybody has this concern about reliability and resiliency, and the truth is that the utility system in New York City is still one of the most reliable systems in the world, right? So the cost of actually us by building more redundancy and taking all of the risks ourselves as developers has to be weighed against the fact that if the backup is actually the most reliable system in the world, you may actually pay the cost just to have the risk off of your balance sheet. So there's always that conversation internally, right? There's a direct kind of number you could look at in terms of building the redundancy yourself, but having Con Ed as your backup has value.
I would just like to add to that. I think it, in most cases, it probably would be mistaken and bad from an economic point of view to just abandon and go, go isolated. I think the costs, the redundancy, would just not be worth it. And there has to be a better way to integrate the existing grid with the microgrids. I think that's the solution that we should be looking for, not a solution that says, isolated and not connected at all. I think we get far more benefit if we find ways for interchange and optimizing interconnection between the let's call it the macro grid and the smaller microgrids or blocks or neighborhoods.
So I guess what I want to say about this, a couple of things. First of all, around the country, some utilities, in an effort to try to protect their revenue streams, are trying to raise customer charges and trying to create obstacles for distributed generation. And I think up until recently, they probably felt like, well, they justifiably felt like, what's the customer going to do? But I think now that the customer, more customers have the opportunity perhaps to say, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave, is a new dynamic in the conversation, and I'm not sure that has reached some other places. I think it's pretty evident here, as coming to New York and listening to you all, I think you all seem to get that. So I think then that goes into the idea that REV is really questioning everything. And so if the interconnection process has inefficiencies in it, I guess I have confidence that sooner or later, those are going to be unpacked and fixed.
Jamie, and maybe Marco, the utility, I believe, has the ability to offer a discounted standby rates in order to keep customers on the system. Is that something that would be utilized in a situation like that? I mean, I don't know how often it's been utilized, but I think that I think the other utilities also have the ability to discount the standby rates in order to keep somebody on the system. So if somebody came to you and said, I'm going to get off the system, I'm building this redundancy, is that something that you would address through that rate, or is that not the common practice? Or do you even know if they're going to get off
I think
the
it would
system?
depend on the specific project. I think that the situation that the gentleman in the back was alluding to is a customer that's currently islanded from the system. For example, the shopping mall that Suki was referencing that has excess capacity that is looking to interconnect and potentially export onto the system to provide system benefits. I think if you can align those projects with utility infrastructure projects to the extent that that is a lower cost solution to a traditional solution, I think that makes sense that the utility would invest in that interconnection. What is somewhat interesting in that context is you're interconnecting to get excess capacity, but you're also adding the load that comes with that island to a constrained area. So you do have to balance that. But certainly when we look at our 10-year plan and we look at our T&D infrastructure spends, we will certainly be looking to existing generation sources that are currently islanded, and to the extent we can make a cheaper investment in interconnecting those customers than we otherwise would have, that's certainly a direction we're headed in.
Other questions? Arthur?
I kind of wanted to take a look at the opposite end of Marco's earlier question about what do we do if everybody has DG? What do we do if everybody doesn't have DG and he's trying to adjust standby rates? So to encourage them, but it's going to obviously take a good deal of time to get such systems up in place and deal with the revenue requirements of the local utility.
Not sure I understand.
Okay.
I'm not sure I understand the question. How would you change standby rates if there were no standby customers?
In other words, if you're starting out with very relatively few standby
That's the situation.
You're trying to encourage folks to do DER. How do you establish the rates so that you do that but still account for the revenue requirements of the utility?
In some senses, isn't that,
Standby rates, they apply to just rates in general.
in some senses, isn't that where we are? We have a very small number of, 37 customers on the standby rate. We're trying to figure out, at the same time, we're trying to encourage DER, and we believe that there's value in numbers, that the more that's out there, the more diversity, the more benefit, and yet at the same time, it's, you might not get it to take off if you have very high costs from the start, or if you have kind of an inequitable distribution of the costs. So that may be one of the problems that we're grappling with here, in today's situation.
I think to answer your question, we also need to broaden the conversation to incentives. So we focus a lot about how do we change the standby rate design to incentivize customers to install DG. If we look at it in a broader context, if there's societal benefits or system benefits to customers installing DG, perhaps incentive mechanisms through NYSERDA programs similar to we have for solar or other forms of energy efficiency, as well as our targeted demand-side management programs, which we can fund upfront capital. That's an alternative and probably a more aligned approach to encouraging customers to install DG. Customers are going to make an investment, so they can either recover on that investment through lower rates, or they can recover, or we can subsidize their upfront cost, and therefore their return is shorter through that mechanism. So I think we need to really look at what we're trying to accomplish, what the benefits are from a system perspective as well as a societal perspective, and align incentives with the behavior we want to drive, and focus rates on cost of service is what I would like to see going forward.
The way I'd like to address this question is instead of looking at it from the customers compared with the utilities interest, I think it's the generating customers and the interests of all customers. I think when in the 90s, when a lot of standby rates that are in place today around the country were put in place, not just here, the CHP customer was thought to be doing something sort of off the reservation for their own purposes, and we just it was a kind of a conservative approach to making sure that that they didn't take advantage of the situation, and perhaps it went over too far. But I think now, and again, this to some degree is where REV stands for, we're embracing customer generation. We want customer generation. We want to rely on customer generation. We want the customer capital to be helping to support the needs of all of us. And so I think that changes the attitude that we have going into setting these rates and thinking that we really do want to try to strike the proper balance between the customers who are just generally getting service from the grid and to some degree are being supported by the decisions that customers are making to install CHP and those customers installing CHP. And the utility is really just, I think what we want to see is utilities kind of just in the enabling position of being in the middle, trying to enable these things to happen.
I'd just like to add one more point, because I don't know if I made it clear. I think we've done a good job of allocating the costs, but what we need to do is to try to define, measure, verify, and then pay for the benefits. And that's the part that's lacking, and we hope we get that right in REV. Because going back to what we were saying earlier, there's a whole stream of uncompensated benefits, which would be offsets to the legitimate costs.
Let me just, okay, this is the last question from the floor.
That seems to be the wild card. What does that do to the rates? And what does that do to customer motivations to develop their own independent DG facilities, independent of the grid, with the cost of electricity far greater than the cost of generating it yourself, especially if you pick up the thermal load on the CFP system.
Well, in California, San Onofre shut down, and Southern California Edison is in a scrambling mode trying to replace that capacity. They're doing, I think, transparent market-based approaches to doing that. They're discovering that storage is more valuable than they thought, that there's lots of distributed resources that perhaps some people thought were there, but other people didn't think were there. Well, they're there. And so that event, which some people thought was going to be a really big problem for Southern California, is just being managed. And I haven't studied the Indian Point situation to understand how the physical system would respond in that situation. But I think it's what we see a lot of times with the EPA's Clean Power Plan, with other EPA regulations, with a lot of things, is that there are a lot of people who are paid to worry about reliability, and they should. And they're very conservative about it. And so they raise these questions, and sometimes they raise these questions with some alarm. But that doesn't mean that there aren't answers to those questions, and I think smart people can put their heads to that. I haven't done that, so I just frame that as an opportunity.
Yeah, I think the shutdown of Indian Point's would cause a lot of problems across the state, not only just down here. Let's sum up, and I would like to ask the panel, not, kind of a short answer, but and I might start with Marco, to talk about where do we go from here. Mike, I think, pointed out, and Jamie, too, these rates have been in place for quite some time. The rate design principles have been in place for some time. We're starting to see good discussions. This is a good discussion, but how do we go about changing something like the policy decision that was made in 2001 in a timely manner in order to coincide with what we're trying to achieve with REV? And maybe from DPS standpoint, what is your thinking? Then from the panel standpoint, I mean, what would be an ideal situation in your minds?
So I'll just touch on, there's a couple different forums currently before us that can be used to change or modify the standby rates. The first one is the Con Edison rate case filing, in which Con Ed made proposals to modify certain aspects of the standby rate that could be very beneficial to certain standby rate customers. That's active, it's happening right now. The second one is the exemption notice that the commission is currently, that the commission put out at late last year and got comments back, and we'll be addressing before the exemption expires May 15th, or May 1st. And the third is the Track 2 REV staff straw proposal that will include recommendations in terms of what changes staff believes should be made to standby rates. And to get to that straw proposal, we are planning to reach out to stakeholders and have discussions to help us develop that as well. And after that's filed, June 1st, there'll be plenty of opportunity for comments from all parties. It ultimately lead to a commission decision, hopefully by the end of this year.
Yeah, my concern is one of timing and making sure that standby rates receive adequate attention and in a timely manner. And so we've discussed how the current policy statement by the commission was enacted in 2001. The regulatory system and universe has changed considerably. The behaviors that we want to encourage are changing. And we really haven't, as a state, really delved into standby rate issues in detail for roughly 15 years or so. And so I think the Con Ed rate case and maybe other utilities rate cases, you can start addressing some of those issues, but I don't know that you can make really material changes on a utility by utility basis. I think the policy the policy shift has to come from the top on a generic statewide basis and then implemented on a utility by utility basis. And in terms of the exemptions, I think parties can comment on those and advocate for their extension. But again, remember that all that is under what circumstances do we let people avoid the standby rates? It doesn't fix the standby rates themselves. And so I think that Track 2 is the appropriate forum. One concern I would have is that Track 2 is going to address an enormous amount of rate-making issues, and I would hate to see the standby rates lost in all of the Track 2 issues, and perhaps need to be broken out separately. But as I see it, the Commission needs to address standby rates on a generic statewide policy basis. To do that, it's probably going to need to solicit comments on specific standby questions, which we really haven't gotten into yet, or perhaps staff issue a straw proposal that parties comment in response to. But there needs to be a process and a schedule where we address standby rates on a statewide basis, on a policy basis, because then even after that process starts and finishes, and then the Commission resolves what I think are some very difficult issues, then you have to then take that resolution and then apply it on a utility-specific basis all across the state. And so right now we have a situation where the state is really trying to encourage distributed generation, and we have standby rates that I think, and I think a lot of other people think, act as a significant barrier or detriment to these projects moving forward. And so while it would keep me busy and help knock off the last kid's college tuition, I don't think we want to be doing this for another 5-10 years. So I think we really need to, either separate it from Track 2 or make sure it plays a prominent role in Track 2, but also figure out how are we going to get from here to the end state within a reasonable amount of time.
I think timing is of the essence. I think for new projects that are on the horizon, clarity is important, and having a longer period on the front end now where there is no clarity on what the future looks like makes it more and more difficult for them to come to terms on whether the project is a go or a no-go. So for new projects, I think timing is critical. I think for existing projects, timing is also critical. I think for people that are that have projects where we're feeling a little bit of pain, it makes new projects uncomfortable watching us go through this because that's what they have to go by in terms of what's already out there. But I'll quote my Yogi Tea bag from this morning, which said, "Patience, persistence." So.
I think coming to consensus on the appropriate design for both delivery and valuing generators is going to require collaboration from customers, the PSC, and the utilities. And I think, frankly, we've made, I would say, significant progress in just 6 or 7 months working closely together. And Track 2, which I think gets us a step closer to where we need to be, and Track 2 through the workshops and the technical working groups will give us another opportunity to take a more holistic view of delivery service and value of distributed generation. And then I think it's going to evolve over time as we build out a distribution system platform, and there's a marketplace for distributed resources, not only DG, but behind the meter, load modifiers, and evaluating all of those and figuring out what is the best for society, the best for customers, and the best for utilities, and how to value all of those has to be part of Track 2 and will be part of Track 2.
To concur with what Mike was saying, there's a near term and there's a longer term. And in the near term, I think there's a real urgency to expeditiously address standby rates because it is a deterrent. We've talked about this for a dozen or more years, and it is a deterrent. There is movement in the right direction. There are modifications we can and should be making, and to the extent possible, before we figure out everything, and we should address it quickly. It should be either separated or addressed, kind of at the top of the pile. Because the environment we're in today it really is vastly different, and where we expect to be headed in the future is even more so different than where we were in 2001. And in 2001, we were fundamentally re-examining the basis of standby. I think it hadn't been changed since the early 80s, and you were talking about us all being locked in a room, Harvey Arnett and Doug Lutze and all of us. So there was a fundamental reevaluation then, and that's a long time ago. It's time to do it again. The circumstances are vastly different today, and where we want to go is even more so different. So we have to speed this up. And in the meantime, we have to quickly also address some of the modifications we can make, and Con Ed has been doing that. More movement on that would be preferred, and then quickly go to a whole new system, or try to sort this out as fast as possible.
So again, I'm the foreigner, and I'm the one that's not the advocate for a position here. So I think standby rate reform fans should be pretty happy right now. I think there's a strong consensus for a lot of things that can be better. I think you have, out of the gazillion issues in Track 2, we're talking about this one, when all you people are here to talk about it with us. I mean, there's a lot of other things that could have gotten the marquee here, and it's this. So I think you've got the attention of a lot of people. You had Audrey Zillman here this morning. There perhaps is the opportunity to do something quickly. That would be great. but I think the attention to reform is right on the top level, and so I'm optimistic.
Okay, I want to thank the panel for providing these great comments. Thank the audience for being so active and hanging in there on a rather nice Friday afternoon. I'm going to turn it over to Judge Stein. Eleanor Stein is going to provide the closing remarks. And Judge, I did my job. We can get out of here early. It's all on you.
Okay, I'm not going to be a problem here. But where's my slide? Here it is. I don't know how to bring it up.
There's a keyboard. There's a mouse underneath the tray, yep.
It's hidden underneath there. This is a one-slide show. So many of you may have seen this. It was an artist's ice sculpture that was built at the foot of the, where was it? The Flatiron Building, the Climate March last September. And it really stands for the urgency of the tasks that are before us. I will add that last week, for the first time, the observatory on Mauna Loa that monitors carbon dioxide parts per million in the atmosphere found for the first time that we had passed 400 parts per million over a 1-month course of time. And that means for the first time we've passed that level in all of human history and for the last 800,000 years. So there's a little time framing for things we need to do expeditiously. So that's just a little context. Chair Zibelman started mentioning our goals. Climate change, addressing climate change is clearly one of them, and this just adds to our sense of urgency here today. I think this was a wonderful day. I just want to do 2 other things. I want to thank Pace Law School for a tremendous amount of work. I want to thank Couch White for participating in this and all of their hard work and contributions, and thank all of you for coming. This was the first in what we are calling the REV seminar series, and I think it was a tremendous success. Thanks to all of you. However, there will be a second, which will take place on March 31st, and this is being held by the Environmental Defense Fund and NYU Law School. It'll be at NYU, and it will be addressing, from the point of view of the mass market customer, time variable pricing, something we touched on a little bit today, but there's a lot more to look at, and also the issue of automated meter infrastructure. So I invite all of you to join us and tell your friends to be there. And again, thank you all for a terrific day and for all your participation in REV. Have a great weekend.